right. Good morning, everyone. It's so weird being on a microphone, but thanks for coming. I know the ice kind of held everybody up a little bit today. I actually went in, what was that? Oh, sure. Come on up. Come on up. Yeah, that's always fun. Oh, that's okay. This is Grace.
Good morning, folks. How are you? My name is Grace. I'm one of the travel designers for Travel Express. We'd like to thank you for joining us today for Cary.
Sorry, one second. We're getting a microphone for you. Grace, one second. So everyone at home can hear you, too.
Thank you. Perfect. Great. So we'll try again so everyone at home can hear us. So good morning and thank you for joining us for our first Cary Travel Express Destination Seminar. Cary Travel Express is a full-service local travel agency. We're located in Cary, Illinois, and our travel designers look forward to helping you plan your next travel adventure. Please make sure you filled out the information form either in person or online, as we have special offers and a drawing that's only for seminar attendees. So if you did not have a chance to do so prior to this, you can see us over at the table. Meg and I will be over there afterwards, and then also you could see Michelle at the booth. I'd like to introduce our first presenter, Michelle Huggins. She is the Senior Business Development Manager for Sandals Beaches Resorts. She enjoys vacationing in the Caribbean with her family, especially during the cold Illinois months, such as today.
Today is perfect.
Except for she's with us, poor thing. Michelle has been in the travel industry for nearly 14 years and looks forward to sharing her knowledge with you. So without further ado, I will give you Michelle.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, that couldn't be more of a true statement than it is today with this ice. I was just starting to tell you guys when I was on my way here, as I was kind of taking a turn into the car wash, I just slid. I'm like, no, take me to the Caribbean. And my car is, I don't know if you saw it, parked outside. It's got all the Caribbean stuff on it and the beach. It's like this beach mobile that's going. So it's kind of fun to see in these cold months. But thank you so much for coming. As Grace said, my name is Michelle. I've been in the travel industry for almost 15 years now. I started off as a travel agent, and then I've been working for Sandals for 6 years now. I'm in love with the product. I have had the chance to visit other destinations besides just Sandals Resorts, and there's just something that's extra magical about it. Has anyone, I know you guys mentioned you've been to Sandals before. Has anyone else been to Sandals? Did you guys say you had, or no? Okay, all right. No, has anyone been to a Sandals resort before? All right, well, awesome. I'm excited to tell you about it. Anyone been to an all-inclusive resort before? All right, so you've got that experience behind your, under your belt. But I'm here to tell you why Sandals is a little bit different, what we do that other all-inclusive resorts don't include, and just some of the extras that we offer. But just to get started, it's kind of at the forefront of everybody's minds right now. It's COVID. I mean, we're all wearing masks. I have my mask off right now just because I'm 6 feet away from you, and otherwise it'd be mumbled and really annoying probably. But we are doing our very best to make it as safe as possible. All of our destinations do require that you test negative before you travel there, which is a really nice reassuring thing. So everybody on the airplane most likely, actually yes, so to get into the countries that we're located in, everybody has to test negative before they go down, so everyone on the airplane is tested negative. And then once you enter the resort, temperature checks are taken and hand sanitizer is there. But then once you're there, you can take your masks off, relax. The only time a mask is required is when you enter a restaurant, and then once you're seated, you can take that off. But the nice thing is everything is all open air, so there's really no enclosed space anyway. You're going to be at the pool, you're going to be at the beach, maybe up the swim up pool bar, and there's no need to have that. But we have our confidence and cleanliness, 18 different touch points all throughout the room. Even the air conditioner units are being taken apart after every single use and cleaned completely. That used to be something that was done like on more like a quarterly basis, and that's done after every single stay. And then we have our vacation assurance program. This is huge. So it's a free travel insurance. If you would like to cancel your trip up to 30 days prior, you can get a full refund, no questions asked. If you cancel up until the day of departure, you get a credit to use for the future. If while you're traveling you happen to test positive while you're at the resort to come home, we're going to cover your quarantine, cover any medical expense, and then also if that does happen to you, we're going to give you a brand new vacation to come and do all over again. So we're saying, sorry, this one didn't work out. Maybe you didn't even have any symptoms. We're going to give you that same amount that you spent to use all over again, plus a $500 per person air credit. So we're like, come on down. If it happens, we'll give you another one. So just, worry-free, stress-free travel. And now that we've kind of got that out of the way, let's talk about the brand. We are a family-owned company. Not a lot of people know that. We were started by one man, Mr. Stewart. He just passed away this last year, and his son, you can see there, Adam has taken over and followed in his footsteps and is continuing to expand. So we've got a lot of new resorts coming down the road. We're celebrating 40 years this year. We started our first resort in 1983 in Montego Bay, Jamaica, and we've just expanded from there. And it's couples only, adults only. That's the Sandals brand. We also have our beaches resorts, which if you want to bring your family or a girlfriend getaway or something like that, you can go to beaches. And the Sandals resorts, we've expanded. We've got so many cool room categories to choose from. These swim out rooms. You can see the over-the-water bungalows here. And maybe if you got a chance to look at the different categories online, you'd see there's a lot. But really, there's 3 different types of rooms that you can get at Sandals. There's our entry level. Nothing is off limits. All the top shelf alcohol, all the pools, all the restaurants, everything is included. But if you go a step up from there, we have our club level. And the club level, it's going to get you a larger room, but it's going to get you a special concierge person that you can contact. And it's also going to give you room service in your room. So it's nice to have a club level. Maybe you're coming home from the pool and you'd like some snacks while you're getting ready for dinner, or a breakfast in bed. That would be included with the club level. And then our top level suites, which are the love nest suites, this includes a butler. So the butler isn't going to be living in your room by any means, but they're just there. They'll greet you when you arrive at Sandals. They'll give you a cell phone and anything that you need. Their phone number is plugged right in there. So you give them a call and say, hey, we just got done snorkeling and we're on our way back to the room, and I'm sandy, but I would like to take a bubble bath. Could you get a bubble bath drawn in our room for me, and maybe some fruit and cheese plate? And that's something that the butler would do for you. Or if you have your favorite pool chair, it's like right in the corner, it's got the great shade, and you want him to go down there and set that up and put your name on it and put a cooler down there with some drinks and maybe some snacks or whatever you like, the butler will set that up for you too. It's a really popular request from our butlers. But once you arrive, like I said, everything's included no matter what room category you're in. If you like to be active, we have all of our water sports. You see it on the beach, you can take it. It's included. The sailing is really cool with the Hobie Cats. The glass bottom boat rides, snorkeling's all included. If you're a scuba diver, our scuba diving is also included, which is a huge perk. Maybe you're into golfing or pickleball. Pickleball, thank you. Pickleball is so popular right now. We've added a bunch of pickleball courts at all of our destinations, so it's fun. You can play some pickleball. They've got some kind of activity going on all throughout the day. But, and also golfing, I mentioned that. But if you're not into any of that, you don't have to do any of it. There's all these different pockets kind of tucked away for you to go and relax, like little hammocks and these cool chairs that are in the water, and you can just do whatever you want. It's your vacation. But if you're into golf, that's also included. This is our Greg Norman design golf course here. It's so cool. It's on the back. This is the back 9 right here. That's in Great Exuma, Bahamas. Lots of golf balls in the water out there. So they go scuba diving and scoop up all those golf balls. And then on the island, there's so much to do at our destinations, St. Lucia being one of them, a great place to go and do some exploring. They call it the Hawaii of the Caribbean. There's volcanoes and waterfalls. It's just absolutely gorgeous. If you know anybody getting married or maybe a relative or somebody, we do include free weddings. You just stay 3 nights and we get a free wedding. It covers everything that they need and some premium perks there too. Our global gourmet dining, I think this is probably one of the best our best features that sets us above any of the other all-inclusives. They're all specialty restaurants. So they're smaller restaurants, and we have up to 23 restaurants per resort with less than like 900 rooms. I know there's a lot of mega resorts throughout the world. I don't want to narrow down anything that have 2,000 rooms with 22 restaurants, but we're offering so many restaurant options. And if you're only staying 7 nights, you really have to dine around. So a really popular thing to do is maybe stop at one for an appetizer for sushi, and then go to the next for maybe some steak and lobster, and then the French restaurant for a little dessert. And then you go dancing, and then you need to go to the pub afterwards for the dinner after the dinner, because you've got all this entertainment all throughout the evening. Like I said, the top shelf alcohol is included. Entertainment going on, something new every single night, different theme nights of the week. But this is where we're located. We are the Caribbean. It's all English speaking. We have great water filtration systems. You can drink water straight from the tap and not have to worry about stomach aches while you're traveling. I know that can really put a damper on everything. Jamaica being our major, where we started, where the majority of our resorts are, which makes it really fun. So in Montego Bay, we have 2 resorts very close to each other. So you stay at one, get to play at both. And we have a transfer going back and forth about every hour. And so you can go in the morning, come back in the evening, and they even have different rooms you can go and change in or take a shower in the spa if you need to. Sandals Montego, this was the very first one. It has a great beach, nonstop flights out of Chicago, so it's very easy to get to if you just want to do like a quick weekend, maybe even just 3 nights. You can go down on a Thursday, come back on a Sunday, and have a tan in the middle of winter. At Sandals Montego Bay, you can kind of see what the rooms look like there, 9 different restaurants to choose from, and then just right down the road is Sandals Royal Caribbean. So gone are the days where you have to drive or fly all the way to Bali or the Maldives to do an over-the-water bungalow. These are nice for just like a 3-night stay if you want to do that. And that's on the private offshore islands. We've got a boat kind of going back and forth all throughout the day, and then on the island, there's a pool bar, there's a jerk shack, there's a nice beach to hang out in. You can kind of see the over-the-water bungalows there. I do have a lot to show you, so I apologize for going fast, but if I talk about something that you want to hear more about, you can stop by and see me at the booth too. But I do want to show you a lot that we have to offer. One of my favorite destinations is down on the south coast. So you fly into Montego Bay right here, and you cut right down the island to the south coast. But you're cutting through the mountains, so it does take about an hour and a half. It's a pretty drive, and they've fixed the road and looks really nice. But you can kind of see here, it sits on this elbow of a beach, and it's so private, and then you've got the Blue Mountains behind you. It's just a spectacular destination. There's lots to do in the area, too. There's the YS Falls. There's a really cool bar called Pelican Bar. It's just a bar made of sticks out in the middle of the ocean, and people go out there to have some drinks. So just different fun activities. We've got the over-the-water bungalows here as well. And then Sandals Negril. This is, when I think of Jamaica, it's Negril. Great sunsets. Awesome walking beach, 7 miles of beach. You can just walk up and down. We've got Rick's Cafe, Margaritaville, a lot of fun, more of like a party atmosphere in Montego or in Negril. And then heading over to Ocho Rios. This is for the doers, people that want to go off and do some exploring on the island. They've got the Jamaican bobsledding, the Dunn's River Falls, that's really famous. Golfers, there's a golf course really close by if you want to do some golfing while you're there. A smaller coved beach though, so if you're a really big beach person, you might want to consider one of the other destinations, but some really great pricing. This is probably one of our least expensive Sandals Resorts options that you can choose from, and we have some really cool rooms with private pools there too, so you can kind of have your own like villa or bungalow. Great to travel with a couple other couples, and then you can all have you can share like a villa and then have a private pool just for 4 rooms would make up that villa. And I believe, oh gosh, I think there's 20 restaurants to choose from there. We've got the Rabbit Hole, which is a speakeasy. It's really fun in the evening. There's a singer that comes in there and sings. And then just down the road from, actually just right close by there is Royal Plantation, completely different than any of our other Sandals resorts. This is almost like a bed and breakfast in a way. There's less than 100 rooms. It's all butler level, very kind of like a high-end boutique-y style. We've had a lot of famous people stay there with us. When, I forget his name, when he was writing James Bond, he stayed there and wrote most of James Bond while he was there. Lots of movies have been filmed there. It's just a really unique option compared to some of the other destinations that we have. And then heading over to the Bahamas, 2 resorts in the Bahamas, Sandals Emerald Bay and Sandals Royal Bahamian, which just is reopening this next week because we did some refurbishments there. Emerald Bay, though, when people are like, what's your favorite? It's this destination of Exuma. I think it's because I love the water. It's got an amazing beach, very large, and you can do swimming with the pigs here, which is pretty cool. People are like, what? Did you say pigs? But that's one of the fun excursions. Great pools. A little more on the quiet side, though, so if you want to go somewhere and just really relax and unwind and turn everything off, Emerald Bay would be a great place to go. Or if you're more into the entertainment, I would recommend bringing some friends. There's entertainment at night, but it is a little bit more on the quieter side. That's where that golf course is, the Greg Norman Golf Course, where I said all the golf balls were going. And then down to the Eastern Caribbean. So this is where you're going to get 80 degrees year-round, very nice and warm. Antigua is the first stop. Lots of sailboats coming into Antigua. There's 365 beaches, one for each day of the year, and we're on one of the best in Dickinson Bay. This has got 2 resorts in one feel. It's just one resort, but we added on to the resort probably about 10 years ago. It's got this Mediterranean village, but back in here it's more of the authentic style of a stay, and I've got a map I can show you at the booth to kind of see what kind of the layout is there. Great beach destination, but also a very historic island to do some exploring if you want. St. Lucia, I mentioned, is the Hawaii of the Caribbean. So much to do off of the resort. I highly recommend taking at least a day or 2 if you're going to be in St. Lucia to go explore. You can go snorkeling right in between these 2 pitons here, and they just jet out of the water. It's very, very cool. The volcano, the rum tours, there's 2 golf courses that we own there, so you can go golfing all day. It's definitely some place to go out and do some exploring. We have 3 resorts there, and stay at one. We've got the shuttle running between all of them. The Grand is probably our most popular for honeymooners. It's got a great beach. It's on a peninsula, so this is in a little coved area, so this is very calm waters. And then on the back side here, you also get an ocean view, but it's more of a little bit rougher waters. So you want to get a room maybe facing this way so you can do the people watching. You can even go hiking up in here. This is Pigeon Island, where you can do some hiking. You can just walk right over and enter that property. More over-the-water bungalows, so many restaurants. And then the Regency, this has a golf course right at the resort. This is actually where I did my honeymoon. My husband and I loved it. We stayed up here on the bluff, which makes for really nice to go hang out on the balcony in the evening, and the stars. It's just a blanket of stars up there. It's so beautiful. Kind of split up on top of that bluff, and then down it's got a great beach area. And then the third one here in St. Lucia's Halcyon. This is definitely quiet. We do get a lot of repeat clients here, though, because this is exactly what they want. They want something smaller, they want something quiet, and if they want to have some entertainment, they can take the shuttle over for the day. Just an idea of what the rooms look like there. It's kind of like a Garden of Eden, very floral. Got Kelly's Dockside Restaurant, which is a really nice romantic dining experience in the evening. They have some live music out there, and you can enjoy that. Grenada, heading down a little more south. Got the Pink Gin Beach here. Went really quick over that one. And then 2 in Barbados, Sandals Barbados and Royal Barbados. They're right next door to each other. And so you can stay at one, play at both very easily just by walking from one to the other. Royal Barbados has got some really unique pool options. Indoor bowling if it's raining one day, things for you to do. And then Curacao, this is opening in a couple of months. I'm really excited. Part of the ABC Island, so they say it's outside of the hurricane belt. Such a neat destination, though, because this is one of those places you're going to want to get off and go exploring. Let's see, yeah, you can kind of see this is the downtown Wilmstead area, great for picture taking. There's really good shopping. There's some caves that you can go exploring. I got a chance to go around the island, and the people were so friendly. There's food trucks set up all over. A lot of people just rent cars and go out for the day. There's wild flamingos around. I was blown away by this island. Golf course located right there as well. And then our top level suites, we're actually going to give you a Mini Cooper to go take around the island for the day, and you can explore the island. The Mini Cooper room comes with a butler, so the butler will pack a lunch for you to take and go explore the island a little bit. A couple of the rooms, these are some renderings. These are being built right now. I've saw some updated pictures, and it looks really good. Couple more photos of the island of Curacao. It's a very historic island. And yeah, like I said, the people were so friendly. They're really excited to start welcoming everybody down there in April. Some really unique options too with a floating restaurant. We're gonna have some food trucks there to bring in kind of the culture of the island. Have some really good promotions going on there too. And then our beaches brand. We have 3 beaches resorts now, and this is for the whole family. So we have a lot of girlfriend getaways here. We do couples. My friends actually did their honeymoon at Beaches, Turks and Caicos. Even though it is a family-friendly brand, it's not just for families. It's really for everybody. Really popular for groups, but there are so many activities to keep the kiddos busy. You were just asking, I was in Turks and Caicos with my family actually just a few weeks ago, and my kids are just completely spoiled now because they get cotton candy all day and ice cream. I think my daughter had like 7 ice creams every day, and the water slides and the activities for the kids were even autism friendly. And there's no charge for any of that. That's all included. So they can go down that water slide 1,000 times or on that surf simulator all day until, like, from open to close. I think that's what my son did. He knew the guy. They knew each other's name. Like, oh, Jace, you're here. All right, bud, let's go. And it was super friendly, and I was able just to sit back and let them enjoy. But it's just keeping the kids happy so the parents can be happy and really relax and enjoy your vacation. This is a photo of Turks and Caicos. It's stunning, that bright blue waters. The photos that I've shown to my friends and family, they're like, ask if it has a filter on it. It really doesn't. It's that beautiful blue color. There's 5 different villages here in Turks and Caicos, so it's really large. You can kind of see definitely our largest of all of our resorts. Some food trucks too with 23 restaurant options. And then 2 resorts in Jamaica. So we've got one in Negril, that 7-mile beach I mentioned. Love that. And then Ocho Rios for the doers. So 2 other options. Here's Negril, a little more smaller. It still has water slides at all of them and all of the fun activities to keep the kiddos occupied. And some nice room options. So if maybe you're traveling with your grandkids or somebody and you all want to stay in the same room, there's a lot of options where you can have up to, I think, 13 people in one room, but you can all have your own space, your own bathrooms, but still be connected. And then in Turks and Caicos, they even have rooms with bunk beds for the kids with pull-out couches, some more family-friendly dining. A quick story, my husband and I really like sushi, so we sat down at the sushi restaurant. We knew the kids wouldn't like it, so we're like, we'll go get you something before or after. And my daughter was just looking at me, and she's like, I'll have a cheeseburger. And he's like, no problem, princess. And he got a cheeseburger from the other restaurant and brought them cheeseburgers and milkshakes to the sushi restaurant. So like, it was just a nice touch, and we didn't have to worry about anything. And then Ocho Rios being our last one, right by the golf course there. We do have some really good promotions going on right now. Just for joining today, if you do book within the next 14 days, we have promo picks that you can pick from, different things that you can choose from, but it's in conjunction with any of our other current promotions that we have going on right now. So we have a good 777 deal, our travel insurance, so ignore those dates there. We've extended that. We've included the travel assurance, so no worries there. We've got our girlfriend getaway. But these are the different promotions that you can choose from if you want to book your trip in the next 2 weeks. So you do need to book a club level or higher, but you could pick either $250 spa credit, or you could do a combo credit if you want to use like $100 at the spa, $100 towards a private candlelight dinner where they'll set up something on the beach for you, and including $50 at the photo shop, or a catamaran cruise maybe if you're thinking about doing a family vacation, that would be for the entire family. You could do a catamaran cruise together, or the Discovery Scuba program. I did mention scuba diving is included, but if you're not certified, this would be the course that you would need to take to get certified. But a lot of people, once they have already been certified, they're certified forever, so they can dive at Sandals and Beaches. But that's it. I rushed through it. I hope I didn't go over too bad. I think I did perfect. Awesome. Thank you guys so much for joining today. If you have any questions, or if I went over something a little too fast, I've got the booth set up out there. I'd be happy to talk with you one-on-one about that too. But yeah, if anyone has any questions now too, feel free. Shout them out. Yes, yes. Beaches, Turks and Caicos, and beaches in Negril both have the lazy river. Yeah. It's perfect for one cocktail. You drink the cocktail, and by the time you get around, you're ready for another. The smallest would either be Sandals Halcyon in St. Lucia, or the Royal Plantation in Ocho Rios, Jamaica. And then out of the beaches, it would be beaches in Negril. Yeah, but the Sandals Halcyon is nice and quaint in St. Lucia, and then Royal Plantation. Yeah, yeah, awesome. Great. Well, thanks everybody. Yeah, we'll see you out there if you have any questions. Yeah, thank you for joining me today. I know they shut the
Test. Oh, it works. Very well. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us. My name is Grace. I'm one of the travel designers at Cary Travel Express. We're happy to have you with us for our destination seminar for Rocky Mountaineer this morning. Thanks for joining us on this destination seminar. Cary Travel Express is a full-service local travel agency, and our travel designers are looking forward to helping you plan your next travel adventure. Please make sure you've filled out the information form either in person or online, as we have special offers and a drawing for only for our seminar attendees. I did pass out forms to you. If you could put your name and phone numbers down on that, and then you can turn them in at the desk outside to Meg and myself on your way out. Without further ado, also one thing for all of our online attendees, if you could please email Kathy Cadleck. It would be Kathy, Kathy, at carytravelexpress.com with your name and phone number so that we can also get you registered for that drawing online. And just to introduce Dawn Elmendorf, she will be presenting Rocky Mountaineer. Dawn's love of travel began as a child when her parents took her traveling internationally. Her favorite aspect of travel is learning about new destinations and cultures. Dawn has been in the travel industry for more than 35 years, but for the last 5 years has been lucky enough to represent not only one of the most beautiful places in the world, the Canadian Rockies, but also one of the most unique ways to see the destination by a luxury rail experience. So enjoy Dawn's presentation of Rocky Mountaineer.
Thank you. I think the presentation's off. Yep. There. Oops. Can you do presenter mode? Do you have,
Did someone take your,
can you do it in presenter mode? Sorry, we just had technical difficulty here. Those things are so touchy, and when she was introducing me, is my hair gonna be a problem? Okay, thanks. Okay, anyway, when she was introducing me, I think she touched something and it made it kind of go a little wonky, so we'll get there. And if not, that's fine too. I was looking for presenter mode. Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank goodness for people that know what they're doing, because I would have still been fiddling around with it. So welcome, everybody. My name's Dawn. I'm with Rocky Mountaineer, Business Development Manager for the Midwest for Rocky Mountaineer, and we're going on a journey today. I'm going to tell you about Rocky Mountaineer, who we are. I'm going to tell you about different classes of service, because it can be kind of a confusing product, so I'm going to break it down a little bit. I'm going to talk about our classes of service, our different routes that we have, because now we're in the U.S. as well, which is really exciting. And then I'm going to also talk about our Canadian route, a group that Cary Travel Express is doing with us in Canada, and then our U.S. route and a group that they're doing with us in the U.S. So we have a lot to go over, and I think something's happening with my mic. It's seriously probably like, and I move around a lot when I talk. Okay, is that better? Okay, I feel like I can't move. So, okay, hopefully this is a lot better for you all. So let's start with Rocky Mountaineer, who we are. Oh my gosh, for over 30 years, we have taken people from around the world on just remarkable rail journeys through the Canadian Rockies. And like I said, now we're in the U.S. as well. We've really become known for our luxury rail cars. So this is a very unique way of seeing the areas that you're going to be going to. In fact, this slide I love because it's so true. You could drive these areas and it would be beautiful. It absolutely would be gorgeous. But you're going to see things on board the train that you cannot see when you drive. And there'll be a couple pictures that I'm going to point out about that too, just as an example. But just think about it. You're down deep in nature. So when I show you pictures or you have videos and you see the crevasses and the canyons, you're really going over those. It's so unique. And then even though Rocky Mountaineer is all about the rail, we're not just about the rail. We know that there's destinations that you're going to, so we put together carefully curated packages so you get an entire vacation. So all the sightseeing, the hotels, everything will be included when you have your package. The only thing you have to worry about is where you're going to eat. And when you're on board Rocky Mountaineer, we take care of that as well. So this slide is really important, and the word day in this slide is really important. The reason being, a day on board the train. We are daylight only train travel. You're not sleeping on the train. That's one of the biggest misconceptions I get is where do you sleep on the train? You don't. Honestly, you're going to some of the prettiest areas of the world, the Canadian Rockies and the U.S. Southwest. You want to see it, right? You don't want to be sleeping through it, and you certainly don't want to be traveling through it at night. So we insist on daylight only train travel. Another thing that makes us unique is our world-class cuisine. And you might be thinking, how good can train food be? Oh, it can be good. Trust me. We have world-class cuisine. I mean, every rail car on board Rocky Mountaineer has its own kitchen and culinary team. Every rail car. So your food is not being made 8 and 10 cars over and brought to you. We win award upon award upon award for our world-class cuisine. And the third thing that makes us unique from anybody else out there are our engaging hosts. So you'll have hosts on board the train. They do commentary. They're going to tell you the history of the area that you're seeing, the sights that you're seeing. They'll tell you the cultural area. And oh, by the way, they are fabulous animal spotters. It's really fun because all of a sudden they'll yell out, "Bear on the right," and everybody screams and jumps up and runs and takes a picture of the bear. And that's where it becomes a really fun social interaction too. Because trust me, once that first bear or bald eagle or bighorn sheep is spotted, everybody gets into it. So it really becomes fun. So those are the 3 things to remember about Rocky Mountaineer: daylight only train travel, world-class cuisine, and our host. So I'm going to show you just an initial video about who we are. Welcome aboard. Looks nice, doesn't it? Those were some of the pictures I showed you, those waterfalls coming down. You're not going to be able to see that if you travel by car. So as I mentioned, we have different rail services, and I'm going to kind of break it down for you. We have our Silverleaf rail service. This is both in the U.S. and Canada. That's why I have the U.S. flag and the Canadian flag. When you see just a U.S. flag, that's going to be in the U.S. When you see a Canadian flag, you can figure it out. That's just in Canada. So our Silverleaf rail car is a single-level rail car. It's a domed car, but the dome goes up, you can see better in this picture, about 1/3 of the way. You can still see plenty of legroom on board Rocky Mountaineer. I always joke I'm 5'2". There's always plenty of legroom for me. But there is. You can tell people are standing sideways taking pictures. I took a group in October of 2019, and there was a gentleman who was 7 foot tall. So he told me, he was my litmus test, plenty of legroom on board Rocky Mountaineer. So on Silverleaf, like I said, it's a single level rail car. You're really down close to nature. So when those bears or bighorn sheep are down there, you're right there. And then you dine at your seat. So your tray table comes down. We do the whole kitchen, crystal linen china thing, and your food is plated. As I mentioned, every rail car on board Rocky Mountaineer has its own kitchen. Your food is plated right there in your own rail car and brought to your preference. By the way, when you're on Rocky Mountaineer, everything is all-inclusive when you're on the train, and that means your meals, your snacks, your alcoholic, non-alcoholic beverages are all included when you're on board Rocky Mountaineer. Okay, so that's our Silverleaf rail car. I'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to the U.S. But in Canada, and this is just in Canada, we have our Gold Leaf rail car as well. This is a two-level rail car where you sit up top, you have the big domed 180-degree view of the Canadian Rockies. And the seats, nice wide leather seats, again, plenty of legroom. You take a spiral staircase down, and you dine on the main level restaurant style. So it's just a little bit different. Silverleaf, your tray tables came down. Here you actually dine at tables of 4, 2 across from each other. You might be wondering, well, why didn't you bring the Gold Leaf cars down to the U.S.? Some of the tunnels in the U.S. are about 2 inches too short for our Gold Leaf rail cars. So we just have our Silverleaf rail cars in Canada. But like I said, both are a great option. Both are all-inclusive when you're on the train. On the Gold Leaf rail cars, you get a choice of about 6 entrees at breakfast and lunch. Then we also have this outdoor viewing area on our Gold Leaf rail car. This is awesome. This is just a place, so our train only goes about 30 to 35 miles an hour max. We're not a bullet train through Japan. We are a nice leisurely train ride through the Canadian Rockies. In fact, at Rocky Mountaineer, we joke that we go at Kodak speed because that's about, you can take plenty of pictures. So this is just a really great area. Probably fits about 25 of us if we were all to stand side by side out there. Honestly, it's just a place for people to get some fresh air. I've been out there with 5 and 6 people. I've been out there 20 minutes by myself. So it just is a really unique place to be able to stand and get stretch your legs and get some fresh air. So those are our 2 rail classes of service. I'm going to start with Canada when it comes to our rail routes. This is a map, looks a little confusing. Basically, we have 3 routes in Canada. So say starting in Vancouver, just because it's the simplest area. Starting in Vancouver, we have 2 routes that go to Jasper, one that goes over to Lake Louise and Banff. Don't worry about that green dotted line yet. I'll talk about that in a minute. We're just going to talk about our 3 solid lines, which are the rail lines. The first one is called First Passage to the West. This is a historical route, so any of you history buffs and train buffs, this is a great one for you. You would say start in Vancouver. The train goes both ways, by the way. I'm just picking away. Start in Vancouver, overnight in Kamloops, and in between Kamloops and Lake Louise, this is something that's really unique. It's called the spiral tunnels. So back in the early 1900s, when they connected 3,200 kilometers of rail across Canada, it was pretty steep, and they realized it was actually really treacherous to travel on this route, so they knew they had to do something. They brought in engineers who literally blasted through the mountains and created what they call spiral tunnels. They're not spiral. I joke we're not Disney World because that sounds like a Disney World thing, the spiral tunnels. It's a big giant cursive L, and it's just really cool. It's an engineering marvel to this day. That's as technical as I can get with you on it, but it's just a unique area. Like I said, it's an engineering marvel to this day. We're the only passenger train to run on this route and through the spiral tunnels. That's obviously one of the sites you can't go through if you're driving. Then we have our one route that goes to Jasper, that's 2 days, called Journey Through the Clouds. Again, overnighting in Kamloops. And a little caveat here, people always ask me, well, why Kamloops? What's there really to do there? Honestly, not a lot. I'll be completely honest with you. I do love the town. It's a town of about 100,000 people, and there's a nice park there that's within walking distance of all the hotels. There's some great restaurants. But this is really just an overnight stop to keep the integrity of our daylight-only train travel going, okay? If you went past there, it'd start getting dark, and you'd be getting into the prettiest part. Between Kamloops and Jasper, this is one of my favorite sites, Pyramid Falls. You saw this in the video. I mean, honestly, this again is a site that you cannot see if you were to travel. It's inaccessible by car. So can't you just picture yourself on board that rail car looking up at the beauty of the Canadian Rockies, maybe looking for that bald eagle, and then all of a sudden you see this gorgeous waterfall cascading down over the cliffs and the rocks. I mean, it's absolutely stunning. And then we have a 3-day route to Jasper called Rainforest to Gold Rush. And this one you overnight in Whistler and Quesnel. This is actually what Cary Travel Express is going to be doing. You know, we get a lot of, I do these trade shows, or I did these trade shows before, pre-COVID. And one of the biggest comments I would get is, I wish there was more time on the train, or I wish I had more time on the train. So you can do two different routes, but going one way, this is our longest route. And that's what Cary Travel Express decided to do, because they do want to give you the most time on the train. You see sites such as Mount Robson, and this is the highest peak in the Canadian Rockies. The climbers and the mountain climbers call it the Great White Fright, as you can probably tell. And also, what's unique about this route, if you're into different sceneries, this is a route for you, because this has the largest topography difference on ours. You have the mountains of the Canadian Rockies. When you get to Quesnel, it's where the gold rush happened. And this is going to be really different. You're not even going to think that you're in Canada. It's very desert-like. This is the Fraser Canyon that you travel through. And then you'll hit Whistler, and then again Vancouver, which Vancouver is technically rainforest. So that's why we call it Rainforest to Gold Rush. Okay, so those are our three routes. Now we'll talk about that green dotted line. There's no rail that goes north and south between Jasper, Lake Louise, Banff, and Calgary. And that's where the touring, most of the touring will come in, because we do have touring in Vancouver, Jasper, Lake Louise, Banff, and Calgary. You do this by motor coach, which is probably what 85% of our people do, is by the motor coach. So you'll have, driver guide with you. Or you can do it in Canada. This is only in Canada. We can do it by car rental too. And it's super easy. There's one road. You can't get lost. It's impossible to get lost. I promise you on that. I've tried it. Went with my sister a few years back, and we had a ball. It's just a matter of what you prefer. You learn more, and you don't have to worry about anything with the motor coach. But if you're somebody who wants to get out and take pictures along the way, just like to travel at your own pace, then that's the rental car is a good route for you too. Okay. Well, I'm going to have to fly through this. So, whoops. I love this slide because it is true. I don't know if any of you have ever traveled with Cary Travel Express and their groups, but they're a lot of fun to travel with. It's really nice because you're going to some areas that's different, and you're meeting maybe new people from the area that you're from, so traveling with like-minded travelers. This is going to be the Canadian route, Rainforest to Gold Rush. It's 10 days, 9 nights, June 9th through the 18th of 2022. This one's going to start in Calgary, so we're kind of going the opposite direction of what I talked about before. So you're going to start in Calgary, and you're staying at the Fairmont Palliser. The hotels on this package are amazing. They're my favorite hotels. They really are. I've stayed at this property. It's a very unique property. It's right downtown Calgary. You're going to do the motor coach at first this time, because we're going to end with the rail. So you're going to start in Calgary with the motor coach. You're going to see Heritage Park, which is Canada's largest natural living museum. There's lots of things to do there, so people are all dressed up in period costumes and everything. You're going to head to Banff, and you're going to do the Banff Gondola. One of my favorite things to do in Banff is the Banff Gondola. First of all, I just love Banff. It's just such a cool city. So when you get up to the gondola, here's the thing. Don't just take a picture, turn around, and come back. We give you time there. There's a boardwalk. You can walk out about a half mile. You don't have to do that. There's also these little fire pits up there. I mean, you're just going to see different things, unique views of the Canadian Rockies. And then you're going to stay in Banff. And you're going to stay in Banff. Like I said, I love Banff. This picture depicts what I love about the Canadian Rockies. I mean, doesn't it look like you are just going to walk down the street and run smack dab into that mountain? It's like that all over the Rockies. They just kind of surround you or envelop you. You'll be staying 2 nights at the Rimrock. You're going to stay there. This is my favorite hotel in Banff, and the reason it's my favorite, every single hotel room has a view of the Canadian Rockies. Every single hotel room. And it's newer, so there's nice large rooms. Sometimes some of the older properties are smaller rooms. And some great restaurants there as well. You're going to do a tour of Lake Louise. Now, Lake Louise, you can walk about halfway around, but if you're not into walking it, I want you to do me a favor. There's this big, in the lobby, it's this big giant picture window. Whether you're there if it's nice out, go outside. If not, stay in the lobby, but I just sit there and take some time. Because, sometimes when we're traveling, we do this and do that and hurry up and do this and hurry up and do that. This is a place you don't want to do that. You want to sit and just honestly just take in the beauty that you're seeing. So promise me you at least sit there for a couple of minutes and just look and admire what you're seeing, because that is probably one of the most gorgeous areas you'll go to. You'll travel on the Icefields Parkway, which is one of the prettiest highways I've ever been on, and you're going to do this Ice Explorer. So on the Athabasca Glacier, you take this tractor-looking thing out, and when you're out there, think of this. You're going to be standing on a glacier that is as thick as the Eiffel Tower is tall. It's pretty amazing when you think about it. Okay, and then you're going to hit Jasper. Jasper to me is really kind of pristine, untouched, very natural. You're going to be spending 2 nights at the Fairmont Jasper Park Lodge. This is a picture of that. And doing touring in Jasper of Moline Canyon. At that point, after that, you're going to get on board Rocky Mountaineer. We're going to be doing our Gold Leaf rail car and that Rainforest to Gold Rush route that I talked about. So you will overnight in Quesnel, get off the train, spend the night, get back on the train, head to Whistler, overnight there. You'll have time in Whistler. It's a great little ski village, home of the 2010 Winter Olympics. And then you'll end in Vancouver. And you'll have a couple nights at the Pan Pacific Hotel. Like I said, these hotels are absolutely amazing. This is definitely a 5-star vacation. Okay, so that's our Canadian product. Whew, I have 5 minutes here to do the U.S. product. I'll talk about our U.S. product first, our route first. It goes Denver to Moab or Moab to Denver, whichever way you want, overnighting in Glenwood Springs. I'll show you a quick video on our U.S. product before I get started.
Extraordinary place deserves an extraordinary way to see it. Our newest route, Rockies to the Red Rocks, brings 30 years of Rocky Mountaineer's world-class service to the stunning desert vistas of the American Southwest. Traveling from the vibrant Denver, Colorado, past some of nature's wonders, vast canyons, chromatic deserts, and panoramic views, to the mesmerizing red rock landscapes that twist through the bright blue sky. It's rail travel at its best. After all, if you're going to see an extraordinary place, you want an extraordinary way to see it.
Okay, so some of the sites that you're going to see on this are the Book Cliffs. The Book Cliffs are the world's largest escarpment. So they actually look like books stacked on a shelf. That's why they call them the Book Cliffs. So you travel along, this goes over 200 miles, the Book Cliffs do. So you're going to travel along that for quite some time. And then my favorite one, Gore Canyon. Another one of those sites you can only see on board Rocky Mountaineer, or if you're a Class 5 whitewater rafter. So I don't know if you know much about whitewater rafting. I'm pretty adventurous. I'm not Class 5 adventurous, let's put it that way. We did see some whitewater rafters, pretty amazing. So I preferred being on my nice, warm, spacious, luxurious rail car with a glass of wine in my hand versus what they were doing. So I love the Gore Canyon. It's a really cool. So Denver to Moab, overnighting in Glenwood Springs, Colorado. And then from there, you can go up to Salt Lake, or you can go over to Las Vegas. Moab does have an airport as well. It's a tiny airport. I think there's 1, maybe 2 gates at it. So you can do either. We're doing, again, Cary Travel Express is doing one, and Neely herself is going to be on this one. So it's September 18th through the 24th. And it starts in Denver, one night Denver, again, overnight in Glenwood Springs on the rail, and then going to Moab to see Arches National Park and all the other parks around that area. 2 nights in Moab, and then heading up to Salt Lake. So, like I mentioned, starting in Denver, really cool city. If you haven't been, I have a couple nephews that live there, so I know it pretty well. Really cool. There's, obviously, if you're into craft beers, great area to go to. They have the Lodo District, which is that area. It's actually been known as the 4th most walkable city in the U.S. because they have the 16th Street trolley that goes downtown. Anyway, lots to do in Denver. You might want to go in an extra day. Excuse me. You'll get on our Silverleaf rail car. Just a reminder, this is our single level rail car. Now, some people Some people prefer the gold leaf, some people prefer the silver leaf. Gold leaf, you get a view out. Silver leaf, like I said, you're down closer to nature. So it's really 6 of one, half dozen of another, just a different way. But obviously we can't bring our gold leaf rail cars to the U.S., so you'll be on a silver leaf. I wanted to show this picture. This is a picture I took personally. I'm very proud of it. This was from the rail car, and it was around the same time that the group is going. That's why I wanted to choose it, because it's just the time you're going of the year in September. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous with the colors. I love how the evergreens contrast with some of those aspen trees and the other foliage that turns that yellow color. Really, really pretty. So the unique thing about this route, people always ask me, well, which do you like better, Canada or the U.S.? They're different. Denver to Glenwood Springs is very Canadian-esque, kind of like Gore Canyon, like I told you about. And then once you get into, and this area too, once you go Glenwood Springs to Moab, more desert-like. Moab is a really tiny town, about 4,000 people, but it's a tourist town because it's the hub to all the national parks, or a lot of the national parks like Arches, Zion. In fact, here's a picture of Arches National Park. These pictures, I mean, as gorgeous as they are, can't do it justice. It's just so massive and so expansive. So around Moab, you have Arches National Park, you have Dead Horse State Park, which is a really, really cool. We had lunch up there. It was really neat. You have this unique stargazing experience. This is only for the group. If you wanted to do this individually, we can't do it. So this gorgeous stargazing experience where you have an astronomer at night, and you see Canyonlands National Park as well. That's all in the Moab area. Then you head up towards Torrey, Utah, where you see Goblin Valley State Park. This is so cool. I went here last year, and you feel like you're on Mars or something. It's just a whole different experience. And then Capitol Reef National Park, and then you'll end in Salt Lake. And again, this is for the group. Really quickly, I just want to talk about promotions. Rocky Mountaineer, we don't do a lot of promotions. In Canada, I'm going to tell you, I know it's being recorded and I shouldn't be doing this, but we do have a promotion coming out in a week for a Canadian. Now, this is not good for any of the groups. Groups are their own thing. They're unique. We already have pricing built in for groups. We already have unique things built in for groups, like, for example, that stargazing experience. But we will have a promotion coming out that's pretty darn good next week. If you're interested in doing Canada on your own, not with that group that we talked about, you're always going to get your best price on the group, by the way. That's just the way it is. You're always going to get the best price on the group. But if those days don't work and you're interested in doing Canada on your own, you might want to talk to Cary Travel Express next week. Can't say anything more about that. However, I know there's some of you in here that have traveled on board Rocky Mountaineer, and if you have, this is applicable to groups, which it never is. We've never come out with this before. If you've traveled with Rocky Mountaineer before and you want to travel with us again on the same route or a different route, we're going to offer up to $500 off per couple. So that's $250 per person. That's good anytime in 2022, and that is combinable with groups, which that's never been done before. So thank you so much. I love this picture. That's my favorite one. If you have any questions, please come to the booth. I know I went through a lot in a really short amount of time, so there was a lot to go over. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Aloha? Will that work for you? How about mahalo? How about it's 80 degrees and sunny today in Maui? Thank you, dear. That's just too easy. It's a big crowd now. You guys behave yourselves. So you've been to Hawaii before, haven't you? So are you ready to go back? They're doing the Century Golf Tournament is going on right now. Today is the fourth and final round. So I've been watching every single day, and I've been recording it. And it's being filmed off of, or it's live, and it's at Kapalua on Maui. So the channel behind that, you can see Molokai, and that channel is where all the whales are. So when they're playing the golf, I'm watching the golfers, but I'm watching the whales going. I'm like, okay, and they're having great weather this week too. I know. I'm leaving in, when am I leaving in? 3 weeks to go. It's work, but that's okay. Ice or Maui. So I'm excited to go.
March 1st.
You guys are leaving March 1?
1st, yeah.
Wow. Oh, so where are you going to go? Okay. And is this your first time or you've been there before?
I was there, I went to Four Islands back in 1970.
Okay.
Never been back since. Then we got married, and she's never been, so it's time to go back.
Oh, very cool. So March 1, you're going to Maui. Okay. Well, you're going to be there during whale watching season. So, and you don't even have to go out on a whale watching boat if you don't like to go out on boats. You'll be able to see them right from the shoreline. They're having a ball. They were so crazy. I think it was yesterday's golf round where it was just, they were interviewing the players when they got done. So they were interviewing John Rahm when he got done. And the players are facing inland and the water's, I'm watching the whales jump behind John Rahm. I'm going, oh, John, we're not watching you. We don't care what you have to say. We're watching the whales. You guys will have a blast. Nice time of year to
One
go.
of the things her sister told her, she's got to take the helicopter ride, and she's afraid of heights. She's like, ah.
So which island? On Kauai?
I believe so.
So if you're going to do a helicopter, you can do them on all the islands. My husband's a helicopter pilot, so we do the helicopter rides every time we go over for fun. Couple things. If you're going to go off the island, say you're probably, because you're going to go to Kauai, most people do the helicopter tour off of Kauai because they want to see Waimea Canyon, which is great. They'll do it by weight, so where you get positioned in the helicopter. They'll take you into Mount Waialeale, which is the wettest spot in the world. They go into the inside of the island of Kauai. And it's always raining there. It's very cool. And then you go out through the fingers out over the ocean. They usually have the music timed to where, like if you come up to the leading edge of Waimea Canyon, they'll be talking to you, they'll have one song, and as they approach the canyon wall, it'll change, the music changes, and it's fun. But I understand what you're saying as far as heights. I can't go in small planes, but I can't, I hate small planes, but I can do helicopters. So just something to think about, but if you're not comfortable, don't do it. No, if you're not comfortable, because once you're up there, you're done. And last time I was up, my husband said, well, so I found a helicopter company to go to off of the island of Kauai. And I said, okay. And I didn't think anything of it. It had been before. This was a rescue helicopter company. And I should have known better when their logo was a crossbone and skull. I'm going, oh. So we had no doors. That's why he wanted to go on it with no doors. And it was small. It was horrible. I hit him so hard when we got it back on the ground. I just stood there and punched him because I was so mad. Because I was scared to death because there's no doors. And all you have is a lap. Those small little ones you have, and you won't be doing any of this. It was a lap seatbelt, and the seat was metal. There's nothing to do. It's already ready. Everything's done.
Right, but I touched the screen last time and screwed it up.
Oh,
So I'm not going to do that this
no
time.
touching the screen.
Good morning. Thanks for coming, folks. My name's Grace. I'm one of the travel designers at Cary Travel Express, and I'd like to welcome you to our destination seminar on the exotic Hawaiian Islands. Cary Travel Express is a full-service local travel agency, and our travel designers are looking forward to helping you book your next travel adventure. Please make sure you've filled out the information form either in person or online, as we have a special offer and drawing for our attendees that are at the seminars. Also, if you're attending online, we ask that you please email Kathy Kadlec at Kathy, Kathy, at carytravelexpress.com with your name and phone number so that we can be sure to send you that promo as well as enter you into the drawing. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Cindy Cunningham. Cindy's favorite destination is Hawaii, known for its lush beauty, tropical waters, and aloha spirit. For 30 plus years, she has traveled throughout the islands, calling Hawaii her home away from home. Whale watching from the shores of Maui and snorkeling with manta rays from Hawaii Island are two of her most favorite Hawaii activities. She will be traveling once again to our 50th state in February to explore the islands of Oahu, Maui, Kauai, and Hawaii Island. I give you Cindy Cunningham.
Thank you. Wow, big crowd. Thank you for joining us today. I know, but I know you all are either going to Hawaii or you've been to Hawaii. So for those of us new to the destination, we've got some fun stuff to share with you. Those that have been to the island, you're going to recognize some of these photos and so on. So before we started today, we were talking about helicopter tours, and do it. It's a lot of fun. What we're going to share with you today is several things. Today in Illinois, it's warm. What is it, 25 and dropping today, right? And we got to deal with ice. And, you know, Hawaii is known as, the Big Island's known as the island of fire and ice. So Illinois, ice. Hawaii, nice and warm. 82 degrees and sunny here. If any of you are golfers and have been watching the Century Golf Tournament, today is the final round. If you go home today, know that they're going to play the round 4 final round tonight on the Golf Channel, which is what I'm actually recording now, so I can go and watch the whales and all the great weather. Some of you are going to or have been to the 4 major islands, Oahu, Kauai, Maui, and Hawaii Island. But obviously, we have over 100 islands in Hawaii. Hawaii is open. We're on sale. I know that this time of year there's a lot of questions regarding pre-travel requirements, and there are different requirements whether you're vaccinated, if you're not vaccinated, and Cary Travel will walk you through that process so that you know what is required. And there's still a Hawaii Safe Travel app that you still have to upload some information onto. So Cary Travel will go through all the requirements. On Maui right now, you do have to show a proof of vaccination to enter the bars and restaurants on Maui. But as I told a couple here at the trade show, that a lot of the dining in Hawaii is outdoors. So you're going to be spending your time outdoors anyway. But some things to keep in mind, and things do change, so always check with the Cary Travel advisors. Now on to the fun stuff. So while watching the Century Tournament the last couple of days, they always show the whales in the background. They also show on the right-hand side what we call in Hawaii honu, or the green sea turtles. So while there's a lot of tours that you can do in Hawaii that include the helicopters, know that there's also a lot of fun and free things that you can do, such as swimming with the green sea turtles, specifically at what we call Anaihu'umalu Bay, or A Bay, on the Big Island of Hawaii. We do the same thing on the island of Maui as well. So Hawaii is one of the top destinations for whether you're going to go over there for your honeymoon, celebrate a special occasion, or also, of course, destination weddings. Near perfect weather year-round, just like here in the great state of Illinois. So what are we, a 60-degree difference between last week and today? So you never know what you're going to get here, but you always know what you're going to get there, of course, and it's always plenty of sunshine. And the waters are warm as well. So when you watch if you're watching the Century Golf Tournament this weekend, you're going to see a lot of shots where they're showing the surfers as well. Neat thing about Hawaii, you don't need a passport. You do, like I said, have to upload your information into the Hawaii Safe Travels app. And then also easy to get around. If you heard last year that it was tough getting a rental car, that was very true, and that's because over the last 2 years, a lot of the cars were taken off island. So now it's back to normal. Just book through Cary Travel. They'll book through a tour operator and make sure that the cars are available when you get to the neighbor islands or where you choose to rent your car. And as far as things to do, I love it. You can do as much as you want or as little as you want. So if you just want to relax and go over and relax and walk the beautiful beaches and swim out with the honu or our green sea turtles, you can do that. If you would like, of course, you can be very busy and do a tour a day or 2 tours a day, however you'd like to experience the destination. Now this bottom picture on the bottom right-hand side is just for you. There's your helicopter. So see, this one has doors, so you'll be just fine. They're having a blast, you can tell. So lots of things to do, different experiences on each island. And one thing I've been selling Hawaii for over 40 years. I'm actually leaving again in 3 weeks. I've been there over 100 times. It's like my home away from home. And one thing I like to share with people is that it's an easy destination to travel to, and there are no bad decisions. You know how sometimes if you're at a restaurant and you get a menu that's 15 pages, you don't know where to start, so you just go back to, bacon and eggs because you want to go back to what you know. Don't get overwhelmed with, if you haven't been there, as thinking that you're going to miss something if you don't do it all, or that if you go to, say, Oahu and Maui and you don't get to the Big Island in Kauai, you still made a great decision. Because on each island, there's always something great to do, many great things to do. We're all about history and culture in the islands, whether it's royal palaces. We're always celebrating something under normal conditions. There's always a festival going on. But know that it's easy destination. You're more than welcome to come. I know that there's been some articles in the news or whatever regarding that. I heard it today here at the trade show. Somebody came by and said, well, I hear that the local people don't want the tourists, and that's not true at all. We welcome the tourists with open arms. Outrigger, the company that I work for, we are a Hawaii-based hotel company, and we've been based there for over 70 years. So know that we wouldn't be here, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of us going over there from the mainland. And like I said, it's our 50th state. You can soft adventure through Hawaii. You can do some paddle boarding, snorkeling, zip lining if you want, again, or just relax and of course, enjoy one of our hiking trails. Great destination for romance. So for those folks that are here to maybe go celebrate a honeymoon, keep Hawaii in mind. Again, it's easy to get around. You've got all the beaches in Hawaii are public. I'll repeat that again because I know you guys are recording this. All the beaches in Hawaii are public, unlike many other destinations where you use the beach that's in front of you at your hotel. That's not the destination. Hawaii is a destination to be explored. So say I'm on, say I'm on Kauai, and the southern part of Kauai is known as Poipu. And say I'm staying up by the airport, which is on the east side of the island. I'm up by the airport. I drive half an hour. I'm down in Poipu. I want to go to any of those beaches I can. Say the next day, I get up and I want to go north, and I want to go up to Honolulu and Princeville and that area that's been seen in so many movies and so on. I can do that as well. So again, it's a destination to be explored. And then on to the Kauai. This is where we talked about where you're going to be on your helicopter tour. So when you go to Kauai, and these folks are going to probably go on a helicopter tour, when they come out, they're going to come out through the middle of the island. They're going to go into the middle of the island, which is the rainiest spot in the world, and it's called Mount Waialeale. So your helicopter would come up to the leading edge of Waimea Canyon. You're going to go into the middle of the island, drop down in the helicopter, and he turns the helicopter. Hang on. And he'll turn the helicopter into Mount Waialeale. He comes up. And he comes out here, and you'll come out through these fingers out towards the ocean. It's a game changer. So for those of you that want to do something different and something exciting, something you've never done before, keep in mind going to the island of Kauai. You can take the Zodiacs over here to some of the beaches that you can only get to by Zodiac. Those tours are available as well. Yes, and that's where the Fern Grotto is. Absolutely. And then, of course, on Kauai, it's the Garden Island. And it is also one of the, when you picture Hawaii, if you picture quiet and you picture lush and tropical, that's what you're going to find here on Kauai. I say go to Kauai for day life because there's not a lot of nightlife here. And like I said, each island's different, just depends on what you're looking at. So you'd be flying into Lihue Airport, pictured here on the southeast side of the island. And I mentioned to you Poipu, so if you went down to what's considered the sunniest side of the island down here in Poipu, you can go down through the tunnel of trees and go down to Poipu, or you can head on up Wailua, Kapa'a, all the way up to the top, and that's where you're going to come up to Princeville and beautiful, stunning Honolulu Bay. Lots of things to do here. I mentioned about Waimea Canyon, which is pictured here in the middle. It's the Grand Canyon of the South Pacific. Also, on the island of Kauai, like I said, your day life, you're going to be attracted to nature and, of course, enjoy what it has to offer. And here's one of my favorite shots of Waimea Canyon. And again, you can do this by tour or by helicopter. It's not some place that you're going to want to go and explore on your own. Also, river kayaking, the helicopter tours, the mountain tumies. They've taken some of the pineapple plantations, and they've taken the ditches, and we call them flume in the ditch. Of course, pictured here is mountain tubing. If you want more of a city life, very cosmopolitan, you want some nightlife included, remember the island of Oahu. And this is where the majority of your population is going to be, Diamond Head in the background. It's also one of the most visited islands, known as the gathering place, and of course the capital city, world-famous Waikiki Beach. One of my favorite places to go, and most folks don't have to, if you don't want to rent a car, you don't have to rent a car here on Oahu. You would just arrange transfers. You go into Waikiki, and then everything is in walking distance for you. If you'd like, you can go up to the North Shore, which we love to do. Go into Waikiki, possibly then rent a car, go up to the North Shore. It's beautiful up that way, and there's a resort up there that just completed a multi-million-dollar renovation. And that property is Turtle Bay Resort, and known for its turtles. And also, we've seen wonderful sea life up in that area as well. If you follow surfing at all, the North Shore of Oahu is where they do a lot of the surfing contests, world contests up on the North Shore. Lots of fun to watch. Again, things that you don't normally do. You'd fly into Honolulu Airport, and down here on the bottom of the screen, you also see the Waikiki Beach area. On Oahu, you've got your day life as well as your nightlife, of course, Pearl Harbor. You can go to a luau. You can go snorkeling, surfing. Everything that you would like, you'll find here on Oahu. Pearl Harbor, very good question, yes. And the question is Pearl Harbor open? And yes, Pearl Harbor is open. And then on to the island of Maui. A lot of folks say Maui no Ka'oi. Maui is the best. Maui, and the reason they say that, Maui gives you a little bit of everything, and that you have your day life with plenty to do. And you also have your nightlife here on the island of Maui. Also, the islands of Lanai and Molokai are accessible by ferry from the island of Maui. And we win a lot of awards here on Maui. Most folks are going to fly into Kahului Airport. There's several places to stay here on the island of Maui. If you're down here in the Wailea area, this is the arid part of the island of Maui. And then for those that are like watching the whales, you'd come up here through Kihei, and this is Ma'alea Bay, and that's Ma'alea Harbor. You can take the Pacific Whale Foundation boats out of Ma'alea Harbor in this area, or you can also do that out of the town of Lahaina. A lot of your folks, you're familiar with the Ka'anapali area, and then right below that is Lahaina. North of there is Kapalua, and Kapalua is where they are currently playing the Century Golf Tournament. So if you turn it on, that's where they are. They're up in Kapalua. My little headset's falling out of my little ears. Sorry about that. So anyhow, on to, let's take a look. What Maui's all about. Again, Maui has everything. You've got the small, I'm sorry? Oh, it's all falling off. So I'm okay. I got it. There we go. Thank you so much. So Maui, like I said, day life, nightlife, wonderful restaurants, shopping, everything you could want is here on the island of Maui. What else can I share with you? So as far as any kind of adventures, most folks have rental cars when they go to Maui, Kauai, or the Big Island of Hawaii. But you can also do the tours, and I highly recommend it. If you're going to go up to Hanalei, do the famous Hanalei tour, please don't drive it. Take a tour bus, because there's over 600 hairpin turns, and waterfalls. Take your time. Have somebody drive you so you can take in all the beauty that the tour has to offer. We've got our lavender farms as well, winery, so upcountry part of Maui is something to be explored as well. Haleakala, for doing the volcano, it's obviously a dormant volcano. You can do the Haleakala tour, and you would book that through Cary Travel as well. As far as the water goes, like I mentioned at the top of today's presentation, it is currently whale watching season. Whale watching season in Hawaii actually starts mid-December and runs all the way through middle of April. So now's a great time to go. You folks are going in March, so they're going to be able to just stand on the shoreline. You don't even have to take the whale watching boat in order to enjoy seeing the whales. And then onto the Big Island of Hawaii. This is one of my favorites. It's mostly you're going to see the lava, and again, most day life, if you will. Very limited nightlife on the Big Island of Hawaii. So it's, again, a destination to be explored. It's larger than the other islands combined and most diverse and ecologically. So here we have the main airports. Most folks fly in onto the west side, which is Kona International Airport. And then you go up north, you're going to be in what's called the Waikoloa area. And then if you go south, you've got Kailua Town, which is right down in here. So you've got Kailua and then this whole shoreline. We also have the Hilo side, which is the right-hand side of what you see here pictured. Let me just go to the next slide for you. So obviously, it's a destination to be explored. Again, lots of beautiful waterfalls, golfing. If you are a deep sea fisher, remember, because we made the mistake of going off of Kauai to go deep sea fishing. Big mistake. Go to where, what's best for each island. So if you want to do some deep sea fishing, it is to be done here. And you would go off out of Kona Town. The reason I say that is because it's a drop-off. So you don't have to go far out into the ocean in order to be already deep sea fishing. It's lovely. We've done it many times before. Now my property, the Outrigger Kona Resort, we actually, I'll be doing this in a couple weeks, and that is snorkeling at night with the manta rays. So we do the manta ray snorkeling right outside of the Outrigger Kona Resort on the Big Island of Hawaii. So stargazing, waterfalls, golf, and don't forget golf on all the islands. You know, golf is a big deal in Hawaii. And I might sound like, oh, it's just golf, but it kind of takes your breath away, and you have to be reminded to play the game. Because you're up at the tee box, and if you look over to whether you're looking out over the ocean or if you're looking inland, you'll see rainbows everywhere. They even have up on the north shore of Oahu, if you're out golfing, you'll see wild peacocks out on the golf course, and so you can smell the plumeria. And then when we were there golfing on Maui, we were down in the Wailea area during whale watching season, and I'm getting ready to tee off. You know, I'm from the Midwest. I've been there many times, but then you forget. You're just like, I look up to hit my ball, and there's whales jumping in the back. I'm like, really, I can't hit the ball. There's whales going. I'm smelling the plumeria. There's a peacock over here. You know, it almost becomes surreal.
Is this where they have the black sand?
Yep, black sand beaches are also to be found on the big island of Hawaii. And as I mentioned, because I know you girls just came in, happy mimosa to you. And we do have those in Hawaii as well. We'll just put a little papaya in there. Yeah, or pineapple, whatever you like. You know, we have it. So what we mentioned at the top of the hour as well is that all the beaches are public in Hawaii. Again, it's a destination to be explored. So you can also, when you've got the eruptions going on, by boat, see it coming down into the ocean. Snorkeling is a lot of fun as well. So pretty much what you want to do, you're going to find it there. Kona Coffee Tours. I'm booked for a Kona Coffee Tour this coming February. Very excited. And again, a lot of history in Hawaii. And then this gives you an idea of Kilauea by air, land, and sea. You can do it by helicopter. See, you guys can do a helicopter tour on each island because we know she's excited about it. Anyhow, Mauna Kea, tallest island mountain on Earth. And then also you can view 90% of all the stars visible from Earth from Mauna Kea. And that is it. Are there any questions I can answer for you all? Yes.
Do they still have those wild chickens on Kauai?
Do they have wild chickens on Kauai? Yes. Yes, especially down in the Poipu area. What they're doing, and you might have seen the different ads that have been coming about through the last couple of years, and they call it Malama. Has anybody seen that through the Gulf and so on? And they're talking about Hawaii, and they'll say Malama, Hawaii. And people say, well, what does that mean? And that means taking care of the land. So part of that is, you know, the indigenous species and so on, the species that are there, they've really come back. In fact, during this whole pandemic thing, within months of the beginning of the pandemic, when I would talk to, you know, my Hawaii families over here, I'd say, how's it going? And I remember Brother Barrett from Maui said, Cindy, the fish are back. So, you know, with snorkeling at Molokini, they saw the influx of the volume of fish species that just flourished. The wild boar. So during the Kapalua Century Tournament that they've been showing the last couple of days, yesterday they were showing it again. All of a sudden, here comes the wild boar out onto the golf course. Well, I haven't seen wild boar on a golf course for a long time. The roosters for the island of Kauai are there. So yes, the land has come back as well as the fish. So the people locally, it's all about caring for the land. They're always going to be that way, and caring for each other. Host, guest, and place. So as we move forward, that's why you're going to see limits on tours. They're not going to let 5,000 people come in to do a tour that they used to do. They're going to limit it. That's why you want to book in advance. And Cary Travel will be able to book that stuff for you, because they're even on some of the most popular activities, you have to book months out, because it's not going to be that throng of people that are allowed anymore, which is great. The local people are very excited about it. We're very excited about it, you know, because for those of you that haven't been there since the early 70s or whatever, it became very crowded, obviously, because it's one of the top destinations in the world. So now you'll be able to enjoy the destination again without that impact of a lot of people.
That's what kind of happened to the reefs out there.
Yes.
Too many divers touching,
Yep.
it killed it.
Yep. And also the suntan thing. So we're very involved in all that as a company as well.
You mentioned outriggers. Is that like what part of the Cary travel?
Oh, good question. So the question is, I mentioned Outrigger, is that part of Cary Travel? Outrigger Hotels and Resorts we're a Hawaii-based hotel company. And so we have over 25 properties, hotels, condos, and so on within our portfolio. And Cary Travel sells all of it. So they sell all of Outrigger properties. They sell everybody. So if you see a property, if you're watching the golf tournament and you see the Ritz-Carlton Kapalua that they keep talking about, they sell that as well. So that's your go-to. The reason I say that is because what you're going to see in Hawaii, there's a lot of choices. And then the other neat thing about the destination, just so you know, if you travel different parts of the world, you kind of have to be in the right place, and you kind of have to be on the beach, otherwise you don't have the greatest experience, if you will. Well, the closer you are to the beach, the higher the floor, the better the view, the more that you pay. And prices are up in this coming year. That's just how it is. Airfares are still reasonable. They're starting to go up. I just booked mine airfare this past week, and they're going up. So, and know that summer is also peak season in Hawaii. Okay, so first quarter, you might see January, February, March, you might see some good fares out there as well, and good packages. So if you're thinking when you leave here today, if you want to travel and before June, because June starts getting busy again and prices start to go up, don't be afraid to, book a trip that goes out in a couple weeks here, or even 6 weeks, because there are seats available, good seats available. Out of Chicago, there's nonstop flights to in and out of Honolulu, and the type of aircraft you're on is a 777-200. The 777-200 on United Airlines is a three-class aircraft. And the reason I say that is it's a newer 777 aircraft, so it has sleeper seats in the front. I booked myself a sleeper seat because, if you didn't learn anything over these last 2 years, you got to go for it. So I'm on the nonstop out of Chicago into Honolulu on United 777 sleeper seat there and back. You can also fly out of Chicago on the nonstop to Maui. The nonstop to Maui, that aircraft is a Dreamliner. So and then they also have a three-class aircraft on United, and those also have the sleeper sofas in your individual pods on the Dreamliner. So think about those things when you're looking to travel. Even coming up here, there's still seats available, good fares out there. Jump on it. Again, like I said, summer is peak season, so June is already pacing really strong, June, July, and August, because we're also a family destination. Okay? You're looking at 9 hours. Yep. That's why, and that's a very good question. So the reason I say that, so, if you have the opportunity to upgrade your seat, it's well worth it. You do have to wear your mask, and it's a long time to wear your mask. I'm going to be having myself in training because I haven't had a mask on for 9 hours straight. And when you're on the aircraft, whether it's United or whomever, they're very strict. And it's just, you can take your bite or your sip, but you have to put your mask back on between bite and sip. And they will be very instructive on that from the time you get on that plane. So that's another reason why I booked my little sleeper, because I will be in my little pod, so I can wrap a scarf around my head or whatever if I want to take a little break. But know that there's a lot of options out there for you. And it is, I always tell people we can't move the islands, so it's well worth the time. And you have all your individual, whether it's your iPod or whatever, you can watch whatever, all your movies and all the fun entertainment, and you're in the islands before you know it. Is there a rainy season? Well, it's not like other destinations where it's true rainy season, where you can expect, all of a sudden they'll say, well, there'll be 12 inches of rain, and it's a flooding time. So we truly don't have that kind of a rainy season. Our winter in Hawaii mirrors our winters here. So we're in winter season now in Hawaii. The way that the weather comes into the islands, there are Maukaside, which is considered mountainside. There's also considered how it comes across the island. So, for example, and the reason I say that to you, so Oahu, I was going to put up another map for you, but I know we got to wrap up here. So, for example, if you look at the island of Oahu, Waikiki is on the south side of Oahu. That's the drier side, if you will. So it might be raining up on the north shore of Oahu, but it'll be sunny on the south side. On the island of Kauai, On the south side of Kauai is Poipu, and it tends to stay sunnier all year round in Poipu. If you go up to Princeville, Hanalei, the way the weather comes across the mountains, that area will get more rain. So it's more indicated by where you are on each island. And is that a wrap up, guys? I think so. Thank you very much. Aloha. We'll see you in Hawaii.
Well, okay, here we go. I'm speaking here a couple words. How's that? It's good?
Good afternoon. Good to see you all back. My name is Grace. I'm one of the travel designers at Cary Travel Express. Thanks for joining us for this destination seminar on Viking Cruises. Cary Travel Express is a full-service local travel agency, and our travel designers are looking forward to helping you plan your next travel adventure. Please make sure that you've filled out your information either in person or online. And for those of you that are attending online, please be sure to send an email to Kathy Kadlec with your name and phone number. Her email is Kathy, Kathy, at carytravelexpress.com. We will be having a special drawing as well as offers that are exclusive to the seminar attendees. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce John Jerkovich, that's with Viking Cruises. For the past 5 years, John has had the position of Director of Business Development for Viking, normally covering the states of North Carolina, Nevada, Washington, Alaska, Idaho, and Montana. John brings a wealth of experience to his job, and he has an extensive background in the cruise industry over 30 years, having held sales positions with Holland America Cruise Line, Carnival Cruise Line, Princess Cruises, and Royal Caribbean International. John was raised in the Pacific Northwest and currently resides outside of Portland, Oregon. On weekends, you will normally find him participating in outdoor activities that allows him to burn a few calories, hiking, kayaking, running, and biking. He claims that he has become a much better cook during the pandemic. Maybe he'll share some recipes with you too. John?
Oh, thank you. Well, that's a great introduction. I'm very happy to be here. I am from Portland, Oregon. I flew in yesterday, and it's lovely to be in a part of the world that I have not spent that much time in Chicago. So I have a full day packed to go, and I'm going to go to the tallest building in Chicago after this is over. So I'm going to go stand on some glass 1,000 feet up. So I'm pretty excited. I got that travel bug several years ago. So the last time I did a presentation was on a Saturday. It was February 29th of 2020. That was a Saturday. That's the last time I did a live presentation in front of a group. So it's been quite a while since I was able to come out and talk to people face-to-face about the brand. I've done a lot of Zooms. I'm Zoomed out. I don't know if all of you have been doing Zooms the past couple of years. And I think the people that own Zoom did extremely well during the pandemic, but I think we're at the precipice of coming back. We had some setbacks recently, but we actually have been cruising successfully since June and July. We started our ocean cruises in June, and then started our river cruises in July. And we've been very, very fortunate that we have a leader of our company that saw that we needed to start up safely and we needed to hire the right person. So we hired a doctor to lead us, and she is a retired vice admiral from the U.S. Navy. She's about this big, and she's also a trauma doctor, and she's a force to be reckoned with. You don't mess around with Dr. Bono. When she comes in and creates our structure for starting up cruising again, she had the foresight to have us put labs on our ships. So we are doing PCR testing daily on board our ships, both the river and the ocean ships. So it's a little bit different than it was cruising 2 years ago, but so far so good. We've been very, very fortunate. If you want more answers about our health and safety protocol, please go to our website. There's a link you can click on to get all the things that we're doing to really bring cruising back. And again, it does change. So please go in there if you are looking. Stay up with it, and also the travel agency can help you out with that as well. We've been really busy throughout the pandemic. We actually have been building ships right and left. We didn't let up because of all the changes. So we've had a number of ships coming out, including some river ships that are coming to Europe. We are introducing ships on the Egyptian itinerary, our Southeast Asia itinerary. But what's really exciting that most people are very pleased about is our 2 ships that'll be cruising the Arctic and Antarctica, and they'll also be cruising the Great Lakes. That's our Polaris and our Octantis. And then coming in early part of summer, we are going to be introducing a ship on the Mississippi. So a lot coming. 2 years ago when we were talking about all this, it seems so far off, and now it's all becoming a reality. And then, of course, we're introducing some more ocean-going ships, and we'll talk about what sets us a little bit different than everybody else. But we did start out rather small. Our beginning began in 1997 with a cruise to Russia. And that's really where it all began. We soon partnered with a little TV show that no one had ever heard about called Downton Abbey. Maybe you guys have heard about it. And it really set our phones ringing, and that really helped quite a bit with Viking success. So we are now on several rivers throughout Central Europe. We're on rivers in France. We're in rivers in Portugal, again, Egypt, the Mekong, the Yangtze, more and more coming. And then what's always nice is that we work really hard, and it's great to be recognized for that. So we've taken home a couple awards the past couple of years as far as the best river cruise and the best ocean cruise. So we're always looking to excel and do the best that we can, and it's nice to be recognized for it. It's kind of hard to win an award in 2020 and 2021 when we didn't have a lot of cruising going on, but a lot of these people had cruised before in the past, and they voted, and we're very fortunate they recognized us in such a manner. And it's nice because when you win an award, we started winning them several years ago. We only had a small fleet, and now we've grown our fleet quite a bit, and we've been adding a lot of new destinations. So it's easy to win awards when you only have 1 ship or 2 ships. When you have 60 ships or more, you want that continuity and consistency, and it's nice that we do have that at Viking. But because we started out small, we realized we really couldn't be something to everyone. We really had to focus on who our clientele was. So it's English-speaking, mature couples with curious minds with an interest in history, culture, and geography. I break that down English-speaking because most of our guests come from the U.S. and Canada. Mature, we start marketing to people in their 50s, and they start actually cruising with us in their 60s and beyond. And really, we've got beautiful ships, amazing food, a great cruise working on board, but it really is about the ports of calls that we visit. It's really about the destinations and the time that you spend in the destinations on the excursions. And we do include an excursion in every port that we visit. We are a very efficient operator. We've been successful because of our planning and looking towards the future constantly, and we try to pass savings back to our guests whenever possible. If you've cruised with us before, you know that if you don't use a credit card to pay for your cruise, you can do a bank transfer right from your checking account to your reservation. You can save a little extra right there. So it's little extra things do matter. They do add up. You're more than welcome to use a credit card if that's what you'd like, but we try to pass savings back where we can. Amazing crew that comes back and works for us again and again. We have about a 90% retention rate for our staff, our crew. That's very, very high in the cruise industry. They like the way Viking treats them, and they come back and work for us over and over again. They really are what makes or breaks a voyage for most people is how attentive the crew is. And they're humble and genuine. They like working for Viking. Viking treats them very, very well. And it does make a big difference when we get our scores back. Yes, ma'am? Are they from other countries or from the U.S.? Our ship that will be on the Mississippi will only be U.S. crew members. It's a law. But the other cruises around the globe, the ocean-going ships, they come from all different countries. And on the river ships, they're from the countries that we visit on that voyage. So if you're in Hungary or if you're in Vienna, they're going to be from those areas. It's a little bit harder with the ocean ships because the ships are moving around the globe so much. But that's a really good question. Thank you. But it really is, if you ask them a question, if you happen to be in Vienna and they're talking about a certain dessert that they serve, you go to the crew and they're going to know exactly what restaurant. There's a dessert called soccer torte, and every restaurant claims they make the best soccer torte. Ask the crew. They're going to be able to tell you because they're from this area or they're in these ports all the time. We do include a lot of activities where we bring onboard entertainment. We bring in singers, dancers, musicians to perform. We do include that shore excursion when you're in every port. And we're pretty small as far as cruising goes. 190 guests on our river ships, 930 on our ocean ships. you're going to meet the same people over and over again. You're going to see them in the hallways. You're going to see them while you're dining. You're going to be on excursions with them. You're going to want to avoid some people maybe, but it's kind. No, I'm joking. They're all very like-minded people. You've all embarked on this journey together. You're going to make some lifelong friends very, very quickly. It's a real community, a real sense of camaraderie builds almost immediately, both on river and ocean cruises. The ships are intimate and elegant. There's some things that we've patented that you just don't find on other ships. I'm going to see if my pointer works. This little restaurant here, you'd think that that's innovative. It actually is. Most cruise lines use that area for storage. They'll just put ropes and such up there, and we're able to create this wonderful alfresco dining area. So you could step outside there and have a nice breakfast or lunch. There's glass walls that protect you so that the wind doesn't bother you. So there's a little features like this that we have that other cruise lines wish they had, but again, we patented them. We've had the fortune of our owner being a pioneer of the river cruise industry, so he either long-term leased or he actually bought the docking rights. So we pulled up into the heart of these cities, and you step off into the lives of these people that are from there. That's one of the neat things about river cruising especially, is getting off the ship and just immediately being where you want to be. You don't have to go get bussed someplace. You're going to be right in the heart of town. And if you travel with us, it is all Viking ships. It is all Viking coaches that pick you up and transfer you throughout shore excursions and hotels and such. And if you want to use airfare through Viking, if you want to use hotel packages through Viking, a lot of people do. You don't have to, but most people do, because we're very competitive with our pricing with airfare and with hotel packages. But talk to your travel agent about that. Food has always been very, very important as far as cruising goes, and we've always had the idea that food should be representative of the ports and the areas that you're cruising in. And that stems back because especially river cruising was modeled after people doing motor coach trips. People were going and visiting different cities and staying in local hotels and eating in local restaurants. And we invented river cruising such that you didn't have to unpack over and over again. So the one thing you would miss, though, is eating at the local restaurant. So we decided to have our recipes and our food come from those regions. So if you're in Bavaria, you're going to be eating a typical Bavarian meal. If you don't like that type of food, you always will have American classics on board. So we try to be representative, both food and drink. So beer and wine is going to be representative, and it's included while you're dining. So if you like a glass of wine or a bottle of beer, it is included while you're dining. Same thing with soda as well. We have a lot of fun events, taste of events. Everybody knows cheese tasting and wine tasting, but we do mustard tasting, we do vinegar tasting, we do cognac tasting. So you have a lot of fun and you learn from the experts. And very, very casual. I am way overdressed for a Viking cruise. You won't find a tie on a Viking cruise. Maybe I shouldn't wear a tie. But we are very, very comfortable and casual, both on our river and our ocean cruises. Most people will transition throughout the day in the same outfit. They'll just go in and freshen up a little bit. But if you are a person that likes to have multiple costume changes or clothing changes, there's plenty of drawer and closet space for you. It's just not expected. We don't have formal nights. We don't have dress codes on board. Most people want to be very comfortable, and they pretty much know by either watching a video or reading a brochure kind of what's expected to wear, but it's very, 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 very comfortable and casual. But we do take our jobs very, very serious at Viking. Again, we have a 90% retention rate of our crew, which is extremely high. They're all going to be English speaking. They're trained in the Swiss art of hospitality. And then we do have a service guarantee. So if someone comes on board the ship, could be river, ocean, any of our itineraries, and something's not quite right, they need to let us know within 24 hours, and we ask that time frame to fix it. If we can't fix it, the guests can opt to get off the ship and receive a full refund. We're that sure that we can solve things that go bump in the night. It's not a perfect world. We just want the opportunity to learn about what might not be right, and then the opportunity to fix it. So we are one of the only cruise lines that has something like that, where if you are unsatisfied, you can opt to get off the ship. We don't have a lot of people that do that, which is nice. We do include that shore excursion in every port that we visit. So every new port that we visit, there will be a shore excursion included. We bring in entertainment from the ports, lecturers, musicians, singers. If there's something that we don't offer, just ask. We're in these ports quite often, and we can customize something for you. We think we're at an amazing value as far as cruises go because so much is included. You're not going to have to keep paying for things as you get there. So your shore excursion in every port's included. Your meals are going to be authentic to the region. So if you want to go off the ship and dine, you're more than welcome to. You'll have time, but the food's going to be representative of that area. It is open seating, so you can dine with whom you'd like, when you'd like. Beer, wine, soft drinks are included, cappuccinos, lattes, whatever coffee drink that you drink at home is also included. There's no charge for that. Bottled water. We want you to stay hydrated when you travel. So whether you like still or if you like effervescent water, that's included. Your Wi-Fi is included as well. And we oftentimes ask our guests if they're on social media, and they say, no, we don't do that. And then they go on the ship and they go off on excursion, and then they come back, and our bandwidth drops, right? Because it's all on Wi-Fi, and it's because they're uploading pictures to social media. Even though they tell us they're not there, we know that they're emailing people, or it does bounce back when they come back off the ship, but it's kind of funny because they never tell us they're not, because they don't want to admit they're on social media, but they are. In-room infotainment, we keep movies current, what's going on, movies that are from the area that we're cruising in, news stations. All your government fees and taxes are included in the price. If you've ever cruised before, you know that there's the price of the cruise, and then but wait, there's this much more that needs to be added. We don't do that. All of that is included in the initial price. Just a couple itineraries to consider. This is our Rhine getaway from Amsterdam to Basel. This is our castle itinerary. If you love seeing castles, this is the right itinerary for you. Our romantic Danube goes from Nuremberg to Budapest, or vice versa. We are visiting a lot of cities that were developed by the early Romans, so that's what we call it, the romantic Danube. And then we have this longer one that goes from Amsterdam to Budapest. This one has everything. It's got wine country, it's got castles, it's got World War II history, it's everything. You're going to go on a couple different rivers throughout. The one thing I hear about this itinerary is people hear 15 days and they're like, wow, that's a long time. And then when I meet them following, they're like, they can't believe that 15 days went by so quickly because you are very, very busy on a river ship. You're in a port every single day. This is our typical design. This works very, very well for us. We have to be able to fit under bridges and into lock systems and canals. So this ship works very, very well as far as our size goes. This side of the ship is our balcony cabins. The other side are our French balcony cabins. We should call it a French railing because you can open the sliding door and put your elbows on the railing. Don't go out on a French balcony. You're going to be in water. Our friend of the ship here has that restaurant where you could dine outside. One deck below there is our main restaurant, so you have a beautiful view where you're cruising, and then a deck above that, I should use my pointer, this is the restaurant, and then one deck above is our lounge. That's where people will gather for entertainment and socializing. Our ships have a Scandinavian feel to them because our owner is Norwegian, warm, inviting. They have a term called bringing the timber inside. So they try to bring nature and natural elements, and they have a lot of windows bringing light indoors because there's some very long, dark, dreary winters up in Norway and Scandinavia. So their way to counterbalance that is by having a lot of light come inside. Front desk, this is where you'll gather and visit. We'll head off on shore excursions in this area, ask questions from our staff. Looking out from there is our massive one-story atrium. Going forward on this deck is the restaurant. Going up the stairs and forward is our lounge. Very, very simple design as far as river cruises go. Our dining room, you can move around different table sizes throughout the ship every night. Hopefully you're gaining friends, and a table from 4 becomes a table for 6, a table for 8. And our waiters share information. So if you are allergic to something or there's something that you don't like and you have a different waiter one night, they share that information amongst themselves so you don't have to repeat yourself over and over. Our lounge, head up here for live music. We do presentations up here, dancing, conversing, socializing. This is that restaurant that I mentioned out on the al fresco dining. It's a lovely way to wake up and have a cup of coffee up there, a casual breakfast. You could actually order off the menu from the main dining room too, because the galley's just one deck below. Our jogging track, if you feel like you're having too much to eat, I think like 27 times around is a mile. So it's only like 10 actually. But hopefully you're not counting because it's got this beautiful scenery. You've got these quaint little cities and clock towers and steeples and such that you're not going to hopefully keep track of your time around. And then our cabins are all very comfortable and have great storage. They have heated bathroom floors and heated towel racks, fogless mirrors so you could step out of the shower and be able to use the mirror immediately. This is our modest accommodations. This is our entry level. You are right above water line. So the water line is probably right about there. If there's a goose or geese out there, just wave because they will go swimming by. If there's a kayaker, wave because they might go kayaking by. You do have a river view, but you are going to be looking up to see the river. If you are looking, this is that French balcony that I mentioned. You can get all the amenities of having a balcony. You can open up the sliding door, get fresh air, but again, don't step out because it is deep. So this is the category that most people prefer. This is what we have most of our inventory in. You do have a balcony that you can step out on, have a cup of coffee in the morning or a glass of wine in the evening. And we do encourage people to go off into port and to maybe go to a vineyard or a winery or a brewery and find something that you love and bring it back to the ship. A lot of cruise lines don't want you to do that, but we want you out there experiencing the ports and finding something that you like or maybe want to share with others. And so you can drink it in your cabin, you can drink it in the public rooms, you can bring it to dinner. Again, we have got amazing beer and wine on board the ships, but maybe you found something that you'd like to bring back to the ship. You don't have to sneak it on board and tell us it's olive oil. It's okay. You can bring back wine. Our veranda suite's a 2-room suite. You've got a French balcony off the bedroom area and then a full balcony off the living room area. And then if you're looking for the ultimate, we do have this, our Explorer suite on the back of the ship, and it has a wraparound balcony. It's our largest suite available and largest bathrooms available as well. You're always going to find a shower on our ships. Bathtubs take up a lot of footprint in a cabin, and we have to be very mindful of how much space we devote to different things. So it's a large double-door glass shower. And then we'll switch gears to our ocean side of things. Again, we've won the award from the readers of Travel and Leisure magazine for the past 6 years. And we've been cruising the oceans for the past 6 years. So every year that we've been cruising the oceans of the world, we've taken home this award. And we've been adding inventory every year. We're up to, I think, 7 ocean-going ships right now. Same idea. We're not trying to be something for everyone. We definitely know who our clientele is. Our ships are smaller, so we can go to a lot of places that other brands can't go into, and we can spend more time in port. A lot of times if you cruise, especially on ocean cruising, a lot of times the ships have to anchor and then they shuttle you back and forth. Because our ships are smaller, we go into the port and you can step off and start your excursions immediately. You lose a lot of time as you tender. If you've cruised before, tendering is when you anchor and then you shuttle people back and forth. So we are able to step off the ship and do things that you want immediately. The food on board the ocean ships is also regional fare as well. It's going to be representative of the area that we're cruising in. You just have a lot more choices on the ocean ships. You've got our main restaurant called The Restaurant. We got really creative there. And we've got 2 specialty restaurants, Manfredi's and Chef's Table. Now these are normally on cruise ships, when you have a specialty restaurant, you pay extra for them. And we don't believe that. We think that's sending the wrong message to our guests that if you want better service or you want better quality, that you have to pay extra for it. So we don't charge extra for them. They are special because they're smaller, that we don't want to overwhelm the galleys, so we have reservations for these 2, but you don't pay extra. And it's the same, we expect all the food to be excellent on board the ship. So whether you're eating in the restaurant or the specialty dining, if you're up at the World Cafe, that's our way of saying buffet. We don't like saying buffet. It's just, the word buffet has such an idea out in people's mind. It can be confused as a buffet. I'd like to think of it as like an area like a food cart, and you go gather different food that's made specifically for you. But it is an area where you gather and you bring it back to your seat. It is very, very popular because it's that good. Mamson's is a Norwegian deli named after our owner's mother. It's her famous recipes. The Pool Grill has typical pool fare, hamburgers, hot dogs. We did win Best Hamburger at Sea award, so that's a big, yeah. We love awards, but apparently someone went on multiple ships and ate a hamburger on every cruise line, and ours was the best, so we're very happy. We have afternoon tea up at the Winter Garden, and then 24-hour room service on the ocean ships. And it should be the best room service. You shouldn't ever compromise. Every meal should be excellent, and that's what we do on board our ships. We even have a higher retention rate for our ocean ships. 97% of our staff comes back to work for us again and again. That's extremely high. And again, we do include a shore excursion in every port that we visit, and then we offer optional shore excursions. Most people are very happy with the one that we include, but if there's something that's of a particular interest to you, generally those are done in the afternoon and evening. Those are optional shore excursions, and you do pay extra for those, and you can book them ahead of time as well. And we do have a special today that I'll talk about in just a bit. So if you are booking, you can get that special, and you can basically get a free shore excursion that way. We like to say yes at Viking, but we do say no to a few things. We have no casinos on our ship. It's not the entertainment that our guests are looking for. We have no children under 18, no umbrella drinks. Those are the drinks that the waiters have plated up and they really need to sell, and they're melting and they're just going to bug you over and over again. We'll make you a fresh drink. We probably can find you an umbrella if we really look hard enough, but it's going to be fresh for you. No pressure, no photographers. If you've ever cruised before and you're having a great meal and then someone comes to your table dressed like a pirate, right? And then they want you to take a picture that you're not going to buy. Hopefully these people shook their head yes. They know what I'm talking about. It's a thing that they do in the cruise industry. We don't do that. We figure if you have a camera on your phone, you might want to take a picture with your table mates. There's not going to be someone at the gangway either taking a picture. It's intrusive sometimes, and maybe you don't want that picture, or maybe you're not going to buy it anyway, so we just avoid that. No charge for alternative restaurants, no charge for beer and wine, no charge for Wi-Fi, launderettes. Our ocean cruises tend to be longer, and if you're practical in your packing, maybe you want to do a quick load of laundry and you don't want to go get change for €1, don't worry, because it's all included, and so is the soap. No entrance fee for the spa, so everybody can use our spa facilities. And if you go in there, you're not going to be pressured to buy something. If you've ever had a massage or if you had a treatment done on board a cruise ship, they're trying to upsell you. They're trying to get you to do something extra. We will sell you extra, but we're not going to pressure you. It's up to you to do that. No inside cabins. Everybody has a balcony. No smoking on the interior of the ship. No waiting in line. We've got the flow down. We know how everybody moves around. If we see people lining up, we figure it out and solve that. No formal nights, no butlers, no white gloves. We're not anti-butler. So if you do have a butler at home, bring your butler. It's okay, really, it's fine. But we're just not that type of entertainment. Gracious, attentive, genuine service on board our ships. And then no nickel and diming. Most of your cruises, again, paid before you go. We do a lot of historians, port lecturers, people that come in that have lived extraordinary lives around the globe and come in and share their experiences, destination, music, performances, dancers come on board the ships. This is a very popular itinerary. It's the area that the Vikings explored, and since we are a Norwegian Viking company, it's one of the very first ocean cruises that we did. It's our tried and true itinerary from Stockholm to Bergen. There are plenty others in Northern Europe, in the Mediterranean, Australia, New Zealand, Alaska. We're globally now with our ocean cruises. This is our design. There's, again, a little bit larger than our river ships, but we have to be able to navigate the globe comfortably. So there's pools, there's lounges, there's more restaurants to enjoy, but we still have our Scandinavian design, our Scandinavian feel. Is anybody here Scandinavian? We have a term called hygge or hygge. It's a term that means comfortable, inviting, cozy, warm. So that's the feel of our ships. You should come in and immediately feel happy and comfortable and be around where you're going to have great conversation and be relaxed and read that book that you've been meaning to read. Our main atrium here will take you up 3 stories. This is our hub of the ship. This is our gathering area. And then the front of the ship, we have our Explorer's Lounge. Head up here as we're entering a new port to look out and see all the beauty of the new place we're visiting. Our winter garden for afternoon tea. Come in here and have sweet and savory desserts as you have tea. Our pool has a dome over it, so we can use it in not so great weather. And if you've ever cruised before, you know that loungers sometimes get very competitive. People will go out, 6 hours early and put their book down or their hat. We don't have that problem on Viking. There's enough loungers for everybody. We don't like when people even think about doing that. So there's plenty of space for everybody to enjoy. And then at night we do, this is our theater that opens up. We do concerts and movies out here and have fun under the stars, or you could watch a movie while you're in the pool even if you wanted to. And if you're so adventurous, we do have a pool on the back of the deck that has a glass wall. So you dive in and you swim to the back of the pool, and you can be like a fish in an aquarium looking out on the back of the ship. And we paid for the really good super glue, so it's been really, it's safe. Don't worry. But it's our adventures. Cruise lines have skating rinks. They have rock climbing walls. This is our version. You're going to swim up there and look out over the ship. It's pretty exciting. This is our spa. This is open to everybody. The thermal pool here is salt water that's brought in. It's filtered. It's hot. It's going to get your blood vessels open. And then you head over to the snow grotto. And part of the Scandinavian tradition is you go from the hot to the cold. Don't sit on our rock if you're wet. We have to defrost a lot of people there. But you're not going to want to spend more than a couple seconds in there. It's pretty cold, and all these toxins just fall off into the snow, and you're going to be a lot healthier, supposedly. But there's a lot of Scandinavians that live a long life, right? And they're doing this every day. This is our dining room, open seating, dine with whom you'd like, when you'd like, beautiful views. We could actually open the windows and get fresh air coming in as well. Manfredi's, our Italian restaurant. This is a larger portions for sharing. Chef's table, it's a wine pairing course by course. So we do include beer and wine in our other restaurants, but here it's specifically designed around each meal. Each course has a different wine pairing. Mamsen's is our Norwegian deli. Split pea soup, sweet and savory waffles up here. And then our cabins, again, we're trying to offer amenities in the cabins that people are looking for. They're very comfortable, they're well designed. This is our entry-level cabin with a balcony and a little sitting area there. And then one category higher is our deluxe veranda. It's the same cabin, it's just on a different deck, maybe a little bit closer to all the activities. Our penthouse veranda, a larger balcony, larger sitting area. Our junior suite has a nice sitting area. We're a little old-fashioned. Most cruise lines would call this a suite, but we call it a junior suite because there's no distinction between the living room and the bedroom area. It's still great square footage for you to enjoy, but it's priced very, very, very well for that reason because it's a junior suite. Our bathrooms, heated towel racks, a lot of times double sinks, heated floors, large glass enclosed showers. And if you're looking for the ultimate, we have our Explorer Suites. These range from about 750 feet to about 1,200 feet, larger space to enjoy, larger balconies to step out on as well. And if you're looking for the ultimate, we do have an owner's suite on board the ship. So this is about it's about 1,400 square feet to enjoy. All of our ships just hold 2 people per cabin. We don't do triples or quadruples. So each of you in the cabin has 700 feet to enjoy. And then we like those little extra touches. We always go back to our Norwegian roots. That's a Marius weave blanket. It's a very traditional blanket in Scandinavia. Fresh flowers throughout the ship. I wish I had more time. I would share information about our new ships that are going to the Arctic and the Antarctic area. And then when they're not in those areas, they will be cruising the Great Lakes. But we do have information at the table. And also our Mississippi ship is going to be finished early. She was built in Louisiana. She's actually been through 2 hurricanes already. Two hurricanes hit land, and she made it through both hurricanes. And the workers are working very, very hard. So those ships actually are ahead of schedule. I say ships. There's probably one coming, but right now we just have one. But the ship is right on time. It's actually, they're a little early. And the ship was going to come out in August. Now she's coming out in June. So if you are looking to cruise the Mississippi and you haven't made plans yet this year, we just announced those a couple days ago that we will be cruising earlier than planned. And this is that onboard credit that I mentioned. So if you book a cruise in the next 2 weeks, just let them know. You'll talk to your favorite travel advisor. They will make sure that you get an onboard credit. It'll be waiting for you. Either while you'll get there, you can spend it while you're on board the ship, or you could pre-use it. You could use it to buy one of those optional shore excursions that I mentioned. Typically, our shore excursions, we break down into 3 different types: local life, working world, and privilege access. Local life gives you a chance to see what the locals do with their free time. You might actually go out and do a home visit. I did one where I went out to a farm in Amsterdam, and I got to meet the cows. I got to see how Gouda cheese is made. It was a lot of fun. I haven't spent that much time on a farm, so it was kind of neat to meet the cows and then see the whole process of how Gouda cheese is made. Or maybe working world, that there's a particular interest of yours. I know I just did a cruise last month, and we had the opportunity to go to the Mercedes-Benz factory and to see how Mercedes-Benz are made. And it was funny. Everybody was so surprised that they wouldn't allow them to take pictures because Mercedes-Benz they're a little bit, they don't want all the information out there about what they're doing. They don't want the competitors to know about it. So we got to see what they did, but we weren't allowed to take pictures. It's top secret. And then our last type of shore excursion is called privilege access. It's done in very, very small numbers, maybe only about 10 or 12 people on those. And they're very curated. They're very, very specifically designed to be once-in-a-lifetime experiences. The best example I can give on that is in Vienna. We about a dozen people will go out to see the Vienna Boys Choir. And they're not in some big concert hall. You're going to go in and see them perform in a very small venue, maybe even a practice venue for them, and they're going to do a private concert for you, and you'll be able to speak to the boys. It's very, very, the Vienna Boys are rock stars in Europe. It's very hard to become a Vienna boy, and when you hear their voices put together, it's very, very special, and then to be able to go in and meet them and ask them questions, it's very, very special, and a lot of people are just so moved by how unique it is and how they are able to talk to these boys that come in globally to be a Vienna boy. But that's just kind of how we do things. Those typically are done in very, very small numbers, and they typically are a little bit more expensive than the others. But if you're looking for that once-in-a-lifetime experience, it's going to be something like that. And they're offered in all ports, both river and ocean. So again, if you're looking for something unique, talk to your agent about that, because they're uniquely created for every port that we visit. And I think I did it in a half hour. That's a lot to cover in a half hour, but is there any questions at all? I know one lady had a... Oh, thank you. Yes, ma'am. Oh, they're scattered throughout the ship. the way the dining room works, there's like two long areas and then it becomes like a larger area. Usually along the sides is where you'll find the smaller tables. We've actually had because of COVID regulations, we actually had to stagger tables to be vacant closer to each other. So we've gotten very, very creative, and we've opened up for more dining times. It works, though. We can get everybody in to dine in there if they want to. But what happens is people spread throughout the ship. I hate saying buffet, but the area where you gather food is so good that a lot of people don't go to the dining room. They'll eat at the special restaurant. They'll eat up in the World Cafe. It really is that good. It just naturally happens that people move around the ship, and there's space that opens up throughout the ship. But if you want to, that's not a problem. Hopefully you're making friends along the way and you want to increase your table size, and we can accommodate that. If you want the same table every night, you just talk to the maitre d' and they'll work out something with you as well. Yes, ma'am.
Are there certain hours for breakfast, lunch, and dinner?
There are. Yeah, we are open, I want to say it's like begins at like 5 a.m. and they'll run the breakfast time and also in the dining room as well as the World Cafe. They'll take a small transition where they'll kind of close off one side and then the other side will transition to lunch. So it's very seamless how the operations go. Same thing with room service, 24 hours a day room service. On the river ships, we don't have the staffing for room service. So most everybody either eats in the dining room or they'll eat in the casual dining area, more of a buffet type situation. Again, I don't like saying buffet because it's way better than you'd ever imagine a buffet could be. A lot of great personal choices for you. Dining is very important to people, and we definitely want to make it available throughout the day. If you are looking for a snack, a lot of people will go up to Mamson's, which is known for split pea soup, also for sweet and savory waffles. They've got this golden goat's cheese. I know it sounds kind of out there, but it's Norwegian, but it's delicious if you put it on a freshly made waffle and then put fresh fruit on it as well. And then if you haven't had enough, go to the mid-afternoon tea and have the sweet and savory desserts up in the Winter Garden Cafe. Good questions. Yes, ma'am.
Is everybody masking up everywhere?
We are requiring masks on board, yes. We are, right now, you have to be double vaccinated. And then just last week, we announced that very, very soon, we have a transition period, but you're going to have to be boosted too to cruise with us. So double masked and double vax, masked, boosted. We have robots that come around that have infrared lights that destroy the viruses out there. We have social distancing. We have the laboratories on board that do the PCR test. On the ocean-going ships. River ships, we don't have the laboratories. They send it out when we're in port, but every day delivered to your cabin, you'll receive a tube. We're not doing the nasals. We're doing a tube, and you have to gather some saliva, put it in the tube, and then we collect that, and then it's tested daily. So you'll know exactly if you've been in contact or if you've tested positive, and then protocols go into place. From there, quarantine, then we will take a person off the ship, put them in a hotel until they test negative. So it's quite a process, but it's working for us right now. It's not so bad spitting in a tube. You have to do it before you have coffee and before you brush your teeth. That's the hardest part, to remember to do it before you have coffee. But it's really, it's quite nice to be able to know daily how you are. And we just, in fact, tightened our protocols recently. We were allowing guests to go off the ship and to explore on their own, but until we get this Omicron part of our lives figured out and slowed down, all people that leave the ships have to be on a Viking shore excursion so that we know where everybody is, we know who they're coming in contact with. We had let people off on their own, and that was going very, very well, but we have to be mindful of what's going on and how people want to travel and how safe they are. So right now, if you do cruise with us, you are going to be on a Viking-only shore excursion when you do get off the ship. That might not be forever. Hopefully that will not be forever, but we have to be mindful of what's going on out there. Yes, sir. Yes, we have both. So most people that cruise with us are very happy with the included shore excursion. It's going to give you kind of a broad range of what that city has. It's usually in the morning. It's about 3 or 4 hours. We usually bring you back in time for lunch. I'd say about 95% of the people that go on river cruising do that. Ocean cruising, probably about 80% do that. And then in the afternoon, we offer the optional shore excursions. And that's going to be definitely more in depth of your particular interests. Local life, working world, privilege, access, what you're specifically looking for. Shore excursions really do make a trip special, especially when you can hand select what is of interest for you. And all of our shore excursions are really about learning about the city, about the people, about the geography. So it's music, dance, literature, art, fashion, geography, food, and wine. So it's all the really good things to enjoy and to learn about and hopefully come back a little wiser and smarter from your vacation. And I'm out of time, so please come see me at the table if you have any further questions. And really, thank you for coming out today. Thank you for being interested in cruising and getting back out there and being curious about what the world has to offer, because it's sure been a hard 20 months, right? It's time to get out there again safely. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Good? Okay. Well, welcome to the final destination seminar of the day. I'm glad to see so many of you have been with us for much of the day, if not all of our seminars, so thank you. My name is Grace. I'm one of the travel designers at Cary Travel Express. I would like to welcome you to our final destination seminar, which is On Stage Alaska with Holland America. Cary Travel Express is a full-service local travel agency, and our travel designers are looking forward to helping you book your next adventure. Please make sure that you've filled out the form that we have at the table outside of the room. If you haven't already, please stop by after the seminar. And for those of you attending online, if you could please email Kathy Cadleck with your name and phone number, because we have special promotions that are available to seminar attendees only, as well as a drawing for the attendees of the seminars. And her email is Kathy, Kathy, at carytravelexpress.com. Thank you. And I'd like to introduce our next presenter, Kaylee Gronsky. Kaylee is an outdoor and travel enthusiast who fell in love with Alaska when working for Holland America Line as a journey host, taking guests across Alaska and the Yukon Territory. She has worked with Onstage Alaska program for several years, sharing her love of the last frontier with travelers throughout the U.S. and Canada. She is now a full-time resident of Anchorage, Alaska. So without further ado, I give you Kaylee.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Well, how's everyone doing? It's a little quiet in here. I'll just fill it with my voice and talk for the next hour. Well, I'm so excited to be here with you today. Again, my name is Kaylee Gronsky, and this is Holland America Line's On Stage Alaska. This is a specifically special one because this is the first On Stage Alaska event that we've had since 2020. So I am so honored to be here with you all today. Who's excited? There we go. Okay. And I'm ready. Are you ready? Yes. Good. Who wants to talk about Alaska? Oh, good. Volunteer. You can come on up and talk about Alaska.
I've never been there.
Oh, okay. Well, she's never been there. I will do it. That's my job. And we will be going through the different programs that Holland America Line has to offer, just answering some of the most frequently asked questions to give you a general idea of what it's like to travel in Alaska, and going over some of the different promotions that we have going on today. So as mentioned, my name's Kaylee. I know you all came here to watch a slideshow about me, so that's the first slide. Just want to introduce myself a little bit further. Again, I'm your Onstage Alaska presenter. I've been doing this for several years, since before it was virtual. Before that, it was in person. And I got to travel all around the United States and Canada, letting guests know about our different Alaska offerings. But before that, I actually started working with Holland America Line 7 years ago in Alaska. I'm originally from Wisconsin, so it was just going to be one seasonal summer, right? Easy to fall in love with the place. So that first summer I worked in Fairbanks at one of our interior lodges. After that, I came back season after season, and I began working as a journey host with Holland America Line. And as a journey host, I was lucky enough to escort groups of Holland America Line guests like yourself. We went to all these different land destinations that I'm going to talk about today. So that's how I really got to know this place so intimately, backward and forward, and ultimately fall in love with it. So I moved there full time this last year, but I've been in and out of Alaska for many years now. It was actually a break for me to leave winter and come down here for this tropical weather. I live in Anchorage, so actually the weather is pretty similar to what it is here. If you go north up to Fairbanks, that's where you're finding that -40 kind of weather. But in Anchorage, it's pretty similar to here. So I'm curious for everybody sitting in here today, I've got a couple different questions. You can just show me with your hands. Who has been on a cruise before? Any cruise? Everyone? Okay, easy. Who has been on a Holland America Line cruise? Okay, got a couple mariners in the room with us. And who has been to Alaska before? Now, this is interesting. a lot of returners in this room, and I see this on my tours as well when I'm working in Alaska. I would say about a third of my guests are coming back to Alaska for a second or third or eighth trip because there is so much to see and do. And look, you're here in this presentation to learn more about what we have to offer. So I do want to go over who Holland America Line is as a brand. We've only got a couple people who have cruised with us before, so I'll take just a few minutes to do this. I know there's a ton of words on this slide. It's one of my least favorite slides. Don't worry, I'll just talk. You don't have to read all the words. But we say that we are a premium cruise line. We are for explorers. We are for foodies. We are for music lovers. We are for the people who are really looking for a one-of-a-kind experience, the once-in-a-lifetime experience. And I want to break that down. So we say that we're for explorers because we know that Holland America Line guests are looking to be not just tourists, they want to be travelers. And the way that you do that is by getting off the beaten path and by learning about local experiences. And you focus on the destination. So we are not the cruise line that has rock walls on board the ship or the zip lines on the ship, although we think those are fun. We want you to do that if that sounds good to you. We just think that's the kind of experience that's best had at the destination. So go zip lining, but do it in Skagway, Alaska, where you'll always remember it. Or go fishing, but do it in Ketchikan, where it's a once-in-a-lifetime experience. And when you're on board the ships, we're really destination focused. So if you're cruising to the Bahamas versus cruising to Alaska, you'll find very different programming on board the ships. Headed to Alaska, you'll hear talks about Alaska Native culture or about the Iditarod sled dog race so that you're really learning more and being fully immersed. Okay, we say that we are for foodies because we offer some of the best food out there at sea. We actually changed our slogan a couple years ago because we are so focused on these culinary offerings. You see here, it's Holland America Line, savor the journey, that food word in there, because we want you to enjoy your vacation the way that you would enjoy a fine wine or a nice meal, really fully immersive. Now, obviously you book your stateroom. Lots of food is included on the cruise, that's part of it. And then from there, we have these different upgrade experiences. So on all of our ships headed to Alaska, we've got the Pinnacle Grill. That's our Pacific Northwest steak and seafood restaurant on board. And then in ports, we actually have a partnership with Food and Wine, and they have gone through and given the stamp of approval on these different shore excursions so that you can really dive into the local culinary offerings, such as doing a brewery tour in Juneau or doing a food tour in Ketchikan, things like that. So if you are a foodie, we have something for you. All right, we say that we are for music lovers because we have great music partnerships on all of our ships. The offerings do vary, but many of our ships have B.B. King's Blues Club on board. And this isn't people, we didn't train our kitchen staff to play the guitar. We have people who, they're musicians in Memphis, Tennessee, playing on Beale Street. They're doing a residency on our ship. And we also have a partnership with Lincoln Center Stage. So that's classical music, much like the beautiful music we had in the other room. People who've studied at Juilliard, giving performances on board. You really can't leave your stateroom at night without running into this live music. And I think that's something we've been missing a lot over these last few years. Okay, we're known for our service. I do want to take one moment to be kind of tacky and brag. I'm popping up some of the different awards that we've won. And again, you don't have to read all of them. These are just a couple of the Alaska awards that we won back in 2019. And we're particularly proud of these because we're not the biggest cruise line out there. We're a mid-sized cruise line. We are about half the size of the biggest ships that are sailing to Alaska these days. That means it's more personalized. And also, for us to win these awards, that's huge. That means we're not just drawing from sheer numbers, right? That means our guests think that we have something better to offer. And that's part of the philosophy is it's not bigger is better. Better is better. And our ships were actually built with Alaska in mind. So that's something that sets Holland America Line apart when cruising to Alaska specifically. When we started as a cruise travel company, not just a cargo company, we transitioned to be in the travel industry. Alaska was one of the first places that we started exploring. So all of our ships really feature the Alaskan landscape in their design. All of the ships have this wraparound teak deck on a lower level, which is really nice for viewing that marine wildlife that's down in the water, right? That's very different from being up on the 8th or 9th story when you're on these different cruise ships. So that is a little bit about who we are as a cruise line. Now we get to talk about Alaska. That's why we're all here. And Holland America Line, we've gone so far as to say we are Alaska. Now that's a big claim. We say this because we have been taking guests to Alaska for a very long time. Next year, we're here. This year is our 75th anniversary of taking guests to Alaska, which for those of you who are history buffs, you might know that Alaska just had its birthday, our statehood birthday. We turned 63 on January 3rd. That means Holland America Line has been taking guests to Alaska longer than it's officially been a state. So we know a lot of what you're hoping to see and how to help you see it and how to get you there. So we've come up with these different programs throughout the years, and we change them every year based on guest feedback to really help find something that is going to be a perfect fit for you. So I'm going to go over these programs today, but keep in mind that within all of these options, there are lots of different itineraries. Within those itinerary options, you have more choices to make. So please get in touch with a travel professional and they can help you really work with all these moving parts. We do have a short video. I actually have a couple videos today. This is very exciting, about just Alaska in general.
There's something cleansing about being in nature, being in a place that is on such a massive scale. There's a reset button.
Alaska has a rich history. People came here from all over the world. That sense of adventure, not knowing really what they were going to find.
My favorite part is seeing it through the guest eyes, watching them just light up.
It gets you excited again. It makes you realize, oh, hey, this is why I'm doing this.
It's our modern day gold rush.
Being with Holland America Line creates this connection with my guest.
They really are experts in travel.
You feel like you're a part of Alaska. It's just a different feeling here than anywhere else.
It is truly a magnificent place. I did want to start with a couple of the most frequently asked questions that I hear because as magnificent as it is, it's really different from a lot of other places in the world. It is the United States, but it feels truly like a whole nother world. And working as a journey host, I've heard all sorts of questions you can imagine. You know, I'll tell people that I drove to Alaska. I thought Alaska was an island. Y'all, I heard that from somebody in this room today. I'm not going to point fingers. I think they were joking, but there's misconceptions. I've had people ask, what currency do they use? Ours. Does it snow year-round? That's a good question, but by the time we got to Fairbanks on that particular tour, it was 90 degrees. So I just wanted to answer some of the general questions to give you some ideas for planning your trip. First question, how big is Alaska? This is really important for planning because Alaska is enormous. If you overlay it on the lower 48, it takes up about 1/3 of the landmass of the continental United States. So imagine you're trying to plan a vacation to somewhere that's this big. You need to plan very carefully. There will definitely be some full days of travel involved. My dad has been up to visit twice. He loves Alaska. He says everything is at least 100 miles away, which is pretty accurate, but that's part of it, right? The traveling is this gorgeous scenery. I do want you to be prepared that there are full days of travel and work with your travel professional to really get that pacing right on your vacation. Now, this space gets even bigger when you add in the Yukon Territory. which is an option because Holland America Line is the only major cruise line that takes guests into the Yukon. And if you opt for one of our Yukon and Denali cruise tours, you're traveling about 1,400 miles on the land. It's a big trip. And I know some of you just looked at me like, Yukon? I came here for an Alaska presentation. We'll get there. I love the Yukon territory. Okay, what do you wear? Don't be this person. I just said Alaska gets very warm. It also gets really cold. I always say to dress in layers. Every single day, these folks are a lot more appropriately dressed. I'll have my guests ask me on tour, what's the weather going to be like tomorrow? It doesn't matter. Just wear layers because you'll be actually passing through different climate zones throughout the days along the coast by Anchorage. That is a temperate rainforest climate. You move up just a couple hours to the interior, subarctic desert climate. So you'll want to be able to layer up, layer down every single day. And another note, Alaska is extremely casual. Honestly, you could not be underdressed. We say that if your t-shirt has sleeves, you're probably overdressed. There's one place in Anchorage that has a dress code, and the dress code is that you can't have holes in your jeans. So really just wear what is comfortable for you. Bring your old sneakers so you can walk. That's pretty much it. Okay, when is the best time to visit? When should you plan the vacation? I don't have a perfect date or time frame for you. I would say visit Alaska when you have the most time. That's my answer, when you can string the most days together, because we just covered it, Alaska's huge. You'll want time to check every item off your Alaska bucket list and not feel rushed and kick back and relax in some of these destinations and not feel like you just have to pack up and leave right away. So that's my answer, visit Alaska when you've got the most time in your schedule. Now, that said, our typical cruise visitor season runs from May to September. And during that time, we see spring, summer, and fall. They come and go way too quickly. And each season has its own perks. So I'll just give you a couple. May to about the middle of June is springtime, and we have gorgeous wildflowers. I could fill up lots of slides with my wildflower pictures, but I'm not going to. Spring is a great time to try to see wildlife as well because the foliage is still developing. You can peer back a little further. Maybe you'll see some moose back there. Also the springtime babies, the awkward little moose calves or the teeny tiny bear cubs. Okay, then we move to summer. This is about the middle of June through the end of July. Busiest time of year, we have the most visitors. Alaskans are up. We're moving about the state because we're chasing the salmon. We have 5 types of salmon. They all run at different times in different places. Also, the sun doesn't set. That's something to remember. This is where we get our nickname, the land of the midnight sun. So you'll want to bring your sleep mask so that you can go to sleep at night. But if you're a night owl like me, take a walk at midnight. Literally, we do not see stars for months on end because it's just what we call civil twilight. We actually offer a couple excursions that really make use of this time. There's one in Denali National Park. You can go golfing at 10 p.m. That's your tea time. We actually recommend that you bring an extra pair of socks when you go golfing. Does anyone know why? In case you get a hole in one. That's why. Oh no. Okay. We move into fall pretty early. It's about the middle of August to September. We see a huge transformation. There are so many birch and aspen trees that it's mostly a golden color, except for the tundra, which, like this photo, you can't really tell, but it's like this flaming hot pinks and these bright reds and deep purples. I went to Denali National Park the first week of September this year, and it was just like this photo. So it's a beautiful time of year to visit, especially if you're a photographer. The colors are great, and your lighting is beginning to change a little bit. And if you want to see the northern lights, if you want that opportunity, you'll have to come towards, end of August, beginning of September, because it has to get dark for us to be able to see the lights. And at all of our Holland America Line lodges, we offer a Northern Lights wake-up call. So you don't have to stay awake all night just staring at the sky. You just give your name to the front desk. We'll write it down. If we see that the lights are out, we will call everybody as fast as we can. And that, that call could come at midnight. It could come at 2 in the morning. You don't know. This was one of my favorite things to do when I worked in Fairbanks because, people, sometimes they're pretty cranky when you wake them up in the middle of the night. They're not prepared. They're running outside in their underwear. Nobody's looking at them, though, because everyone's just watching the lights dance overhead. Pretty amazing. Okay, what makes Alaska a great destination? This is a really important question for us at Holland America Line because obviously we want to give you what you're asking for. So we've done our research and we've found that there are really 4 main reasons that people say they want to visit Alaska. Excuse me. They want to see Denali. They want to go to Denali National Park and see that mountain. They want to see the wildlife. They want to check out the glaciers, and they want to experience that vast wilderness area. So we've made it a point to really include these elements in every itinerary that we offer. And as we go through the presentation today, I'll try to point out where each one really has its strengths. Just a little bit more about some of these elements. For wildlife, we have big wildlife. We have what we call the big 5 land mammals. So that's Dall sheep, and these guys are the reason that Denali National Park was founded. We've got moose, of course, a lot of them in my yard in Anchorage. We've got wolves. I've only seen one of these. Caribou, and the ferocious grizzly bear. Oh. So that's what we call the Big 5. I have had guests see the Big 5 in one day, all of these animals, when they go on their Denali National Park day tour. You also might catch the Ocean 5 while you're cruising. That's orcas, stellar sea lions, sea otters, gray whales, and humpback whales. And then another note about Denali and Denali National Park. So Mount Denali was formerly known as Mount McKinley. That's how you might have known it. It's North America's largest peak, standing at 20,308 feet. It's huge. From base to tip, it is the largest mountain in America. For those of you who've been to Alaska, you're like, we know. But it's such a large landmass. I have to warn you, it's hidden a lot of the days. It creates its own weather systems, and it's shrouded in clouds. So we say that if you actually see Denali when you're in Alaska, you are in the 30% club, because only about 30% of visitors to Alaska get to see Denali. Do I have any 30% clubbers in here? Oh, yeah, I could see it. I knew it. I knew she was. She was so proud of it. I get it. It's a beautiful mountain. One of the tips I can give you is to, stay a little bit longer in that Denali region. Hopefully, it gives you some time for the mountain to peek out. All right, we're into the offerings. Holland America Line has, they say, 2 categories of ways to visit Alaska. We've got Alaska Cruises. That's pretty straightforward. You're on the cruise ship the whole time. We've got 7-day or 14-day cruises. We have round trip. We have one-way. And then we also have our cruise tours. Oops. And our cruise tours, that's a combination vacation. You have several days on the cruise, and you do several days of land travel. Now, I like to break it down a little bit further than that and kind of think of these elements as building blocks. So we've got those Alaska Cruises as the foundation. And then we have our Denali cruise tours, and that's where you have a 7-day cruise, plus you're going to the interior to see Denali National Park. That's several hundred miles to the interior. And then we have our Yukon and Denali cruise tours. This is a 3 or 4 or 7-day cruise, plus you're headed to Denali, plus you're going into the Yukon Territory of Canada. We'll start with those cruises because no matter how you visit Alaska with us, you'll be cruising at some point, which is great news because that's the best way to see this whole Southeast Alaska area. You are cruising up through the Inside Passage. And the Inside Passage is a 1,000-mile protected scenic waterway. You have the coast of Alaska on one side, 11,000 barrier islands on the other, Doesn't matter what side of the cruise ship your stateroom's on, because it's scenery the entire way. And that's what sets Alaska cruising apart from anywhere else in the world, because of the scenery. I just talked to somebody today who said she's been on 10 cruises, Alaska's her favorite because it's so beautiful. And we know that people want to see glaciers, so this is really one of those ways that you can see glaciers. We've included at least one day of glacier cruising in every single itinerary that we offer. And starting next year, we've actually got a new one, which is called the Glacier Discovery. And that has 2 days of scenic cruising if you are really, if glaciers are really high on your Alaska bucket list. If you've ever considered getting a veranda, so your own private balcony on a cruise, this is probably the one because of the scenery. It's not just the open water. It's, the whole way is an opportunity to see the skyscraper mountains and the cascading waterfalls and the marine wildlife. We have both resident and migratory whales in the inside passage. We pay the migratory whales so that they come up so you can see them. But seriously, this is where you can see the animals floating on the ice that has broken off of the glaciers. This is the cruise if you're going to do any cruise. And so I want to highlight that glacier cruise, and we actually, starting in 2022, have switched ports. So we will be calling in the port of Whittier, Alaska, rather than in Seward. So if you've been with us before, this is a change that's advantageous because Whittier is even closer to Anchorage, and Whittier allows us to put more of our guests onto a train ride, which we'll get into later. But Whittier also, just because of the geography, allows us this new Glacier Discovery itinerary. This is a one-way, 7-day cruise that includes Glacier Bay National Park and then one other glacier destination. And we'll talk about those. I want to highlight Glacier Bay National Park because this is a crown jewel of Alaska, and it's an extremely protected national park. It's huge. It's 3.3 million acres, but only so many people are allowed into this national park, so you need permits to enter. And Holland America Line, because of our long history, has more permits than anybody else to take you into Glacier Bay National Park. And we actually don't even let you off the cruise ship. It's so closely managed. We stop at the park entrance and we bring a park ranger on board. We bring a native interpretive guide on board, and then we spend 8 hours scenic cruising as close as safely possible to these glaciers. And this is your chance to get outside on that wraparound teak deck. If you don't have your own veranda, it's fine. Get outside. We open up the bow of the ship on this day, so you can do a little if you want. And also try the Dutch pea soup. That's one of our classics. Is Holland America Line, Holland, we have this Dutch influence, and they're coming around on board. Well, you're out in that icy air waiting for a glacier to come calving down. The servers are walking around on board with the Dutch pea soup. You don't want to miss Glacier Bay National Park. So work with your travel professional to see if they can get that included for you, which hopefully they can, because we have been able to build it into so many different itineraries. Okay, a couple different glacier spots we visit, just so that you have an idea. Hubbard Glacier, you might see that on your itinerary, North America's single largest tidewater glacier. Also College Fjord. This is new for us because now we get to call in Whittier, and College Fjord is kind of similar to Glacier Bay National Park. It's got all these different tidewater glaciers coming down right to the ocean. And when my dad came to visit, we got to cruise in College Fjord. Look at how happy he is. That's going to be you, happy, cruising in College Fjord. So those are some of the different glacier areas we visit, and then of course, we go to these different port towns. So I want to highlight just some of the guest favorite activities to do in the ports along the way. We'll start with Ketchikan. This is, if you've seen Deadliest Catch, this is a fishing village. You can go salmon, halibut fishing, crabbing in Ketchikan. If you'd rather not go fishing, they've got the Totem Heritage Center, and that is where you'll find unrestored 19th century native totem poles on display. Okay, next port town, Juneau, our weird little state capital. I say weird because Juneau is an island. Kind of weird that your state capital is an island, but we like to keep our politicians just over on the side there. No problem for you though, you're cruising in, which with Holland America Line is easy because, again, we have grandfather rights in certain spots. Juneau is one of those places, so we get to dock many of our ships downtown. You just step off the cruise ship, you're already where you want to be. And we have lots of different shore excursions, day excursions out of Juneau. One of them is my dream, so if you can do this, please. In Juneau, you can take a helicopter ride over the glacial ice fields, land on a glacier, and then go dog mushing on the glacier. It sounds incredible, but you've got some tough decisions to make because Juneau is also a prime location for whale watching. And in fact, the vendors are so confident you're going to see whales, they offer a money-back guarantee. So if you don't see whales, you don't have to pay for it. You'll probably see some whales. Skagway is my favorite of these port towns. I'm totally biased. I've just spent more time in Skagway than anywhere else. But it's this really neat spot. It's got this rich gold rush history during the Klondike Gold Rush. Skagway is where stampeders from all over the world, they were sailing up. They dead-ended here in Skagway, and then they had to start making their way on foot up to Dawson City, Yukon Territory. So it's got this history, and it's just a beautiful spot. It's this teeny little town, 4 blocks wide, set in a mountain valley. You've got world-class hiking accessible right from where you get off your cruise ship, but you can take a 5-minute stroll down the port, and it's still just beautiful staring down the Lynn Canal. One excursion I want to highlight out of Skagway is called the White Pass and Yukon Route Railroad. And this is my #1 recommendation for anybody cruising to Alaska. Get on the White Pass train. I have a video later that will kind of feature it a little more, but just know it was the #1 rated shore excursion in the world by Cruise Critic. It's this historic narrow gauge railway that navigates a tight mountain pass. And I put Haines on here as well because Haines, Alaska, is located just across the water from Skagway. So if your cruise ship calls in Haines, you can still take the White Pass train. You just get a ferry as well. Okay, so those were the Alaska cruises. We're moving on to cruise tours in general. Before we really dive into Denali cruise tours, I have just a couple general info facts about how our cruise tours work. So with the cruise tours, you get to pick if you want to do your land portion first or if you want to do your cruise first. They're both good options. Just find one that works into your schedule. Something that really sets Holland America Line apart in Alaska versus any other cruise line really is that we have our own infrastructure in the interior. So that means once you get off the cruise ship, you're still traveling with Holland America Line. You're on our transportation, you're staying at Holland America Line accommodations, and you're seeing Holland America Line staff every step of the way. So we've really made it this seamless experience. Oops. And that makes it easy for us to take care of you. We know where you're coming from, where you're going. We've included door-to-door luggage service on every cruise tour, so you don't have to schlep your bags every day that you're moving. We literally pick up your bags from your room, we take them to your next location, and we deliver them to your room. So it's super simple. These land tours are accessible. Keep that in mind. All of the trains, the motor coaches, everything is accessible. So we really like to see big multi-generational family vacations on these particular cruise tours. Okay, so Denali Cruise Tours, I want to give you a little bit of context about where you're headed. I made this high-tech line so you can see where you're traveling. This is what we call the rail belt. And Denali National Park is the little red outline that you'll see on the screen there. And Denali National Park is special for so many reasons, not least because it's enormous. It is a 6.2 million acre national park, and it's very closely managed. In all of that space, there's only the one road that provides access to Denali. There is one 90-mile road, and the public is only allowed to drive 14 miles in. After that, you have to be on a National Parks approved tour if you're going to go deeper into the park. So we've learned, lots of guest feedback has told us that guests always want to go deeper into the park. So we've made it a point to include what's called the Tundra Wilderness Tour on all of our 2 and 3 night stays in Denali. Now we offer 1, 2, or 3 nights in Denali. We don't include it for our single night guests, not out of spite. It's just there's not enough time because the Tundra Wilderness Tour really gets you deeper into the park. That's the whole point. This is your chance for 3 of those 4 top reasons, the wilderness, the wildlife, Denali. It's the Tundra Wilderness Tour. And we know that there's some park construction on the road next year. So we modified it, but we'll be going out to about mile 41. Now, it looks like there's some nodding, like people have been out on this road. The park road is mostly unpaved. You're on these refurbished school buses. I know you're like, wait, is she trying to sell this or no? These school buses are really neat. You've got a great, very knowledgeable driver. And they're all equipped with these telescoping cameras. So if you see wildlife that's really far off, the driver will stop, they'll zoom in, and then there's these little TV screens on the bus so that everybody can still see up close and personal this wildlife. The Tundra Wilderness Tour should take, we'll see, 6 to 8 hours round trip that you get to spend out in that wilderness area. And this is your best chance for the wildlife for sure. Also Denali views at different points. If the mountain happens to be out that day, your driver will be sure to point it out for you. Another reason to stay a little bit longer in Denali, so many excursions available. If you can imagine doing something in Alaska, you can probably do it in Denali. And the train. So on all of our cruise tours, we are now able to include Holland America Line's exclusive McKinley Explorer train cars. These are the largest passenger train cars to date. I know some of you were in here for Rocky Mountaineer. I stand by what I just said. And you'll see here, there's only one set of tracks in Alaska. It's the Alaska Railroad. We're pulled by an Alaska Railroad engine, but these are Holland America Line's exclusive cars. And they are all double-decker cars. We've got a full-service restaurant on the first story, and then everybody is sitting on the second story. You are all sitting forward-facing, which is really nice, and you're under that big glass dome. This is one of my pictures. You can see there's plenty of space, views in every direction. This is a whole day that you get to spend on the train. It's 8 to 10 hours of travel, depending on where you're headed from. But we encourage you to take a walk, go outside. There's an open-air platform on the train. Plus, you've got a rail guide on board. They provide narration and bartender/barista on board, so don't worry. I've had guests tell me that that train day was their favorite day of their entire cruise tour. Yeah, that's kind of a good question. I normally don't entertain questions throughout the presentation, but so everybody is seated up top, and then we do group seating downstairs, so when it's time for you to come down to lunch, we'll say, okay, come on downstairs, and then we seat you for your lunchtime. Okay, once you're in Denali, you are staying at Holland America Line's McKinley Chalet Resort, and this is definitively the best place to stay in that whole Denali Canyon area. We actually have a video that'll tell you a little bit more about it, but I want to tell you that this is a 60-acre property that is bordered by this glacially fed river, and then right on the other side of that river is the national park. So these mountains that you're seeing here, that's Mount Healy, that's all within the bounds of Denali, so you cannot get much closer than that. So let's check out this video, and I'll fill in the gaps, whatever they don't say.
Alaska has a rich history. People came here to explore, to strike it rich, and they came from all over the world. That sense of adventure, not knowing really what they were going to find. That's kind of what we have here at the McKinley Chalet Resort in Denali Square. My name is Tracy Smith. I'm the general manager at the McKinley Chalet Resort here in Denali National Park. The McKinley Chalet Resort is located just about a mile from the entrance of Denali National Park. And within the McKinley Chalet Resort, we have this amazing area called Denali Square. The whole thought behind it was Holland America Line wanted to create a gathering place. When you're down here and you look around you, you feel like you're a part of Alaska. You're looking up at Mount Healy, the trees are surrounding you. It's just a different feeling here than anywhere else. My parents moved to Alaska a week after I graduated from high school, and I ended up coming up for an entire summer, and I got a job working on board the train. I didn't know what I was in for when I started that summer job 20 years ago. I just remember that first day of getting on that train and traveling through the Alaska wilderness, interacting with all these people that just were so in love with this place. Making those connections is what drives me. Cruisers on Holland America Line from all over the world come to Denali for that Alaska experience. And I have this opportunity to live here and share it with people. And I love to hear those stories, to know that what we've been working on for months and months is actually working. I love when the music's playing and the fires are going and people are dancing. I mean, that's vacation to me, and I just think it's different than other places, and it's special.
That McKinley Chalet Resort is just an absolutely beautiful property. We have made a couple changes to it throughout the years. Most recently, we started offering what's called Denali Suites, and this is your only chance to upgrade your accommodations when you're on the land. So, on the cruise ship, you can get a suite, but on the land, this is your only chance, and it does have to be done in advance, so talk with your travel professional. It's an upgrade, so I believe it's $99 per person per night, but with the promotion that we have going on right now, tied to this event, you actually get credit back for booking a Denali suite. And I mean, I've had guests tell me it was a no-brainer to do this suite. There's heated floors in the bathroom, and they all feature their own private balcony or patio that looks out into the national park. That's really the main feature, if you're interested. So we did just hear about the main area of the McKinley Chalet Resort. This is what really sets it apart. The activities that are happening every single day, morning until evening, the park ranger talks, the live music every night. This area, really, the whole McKinley Chalet Resort is another reason that people like to stay longer in Denali. Just, imagine that first day you get to Denali, took you a while on the train. The second day, you get to go into the park on that Tundra Wilderness Tour. Takes up a fair amount of time. So if you can look at that triple Denali itinerary, that's great because you have some more free time. If you want to relax here or take our free park shuttle, go back into the park or book some excursions. I really like the triple Denali excursions, but of course, I moved there, so. Okay, we're moving on to my favorite, the Yukon and Denali cruise tours. Now, I have to disclose that I am completely biased because on every Yukon and Denali cruise tour, you will have a Holland America Line journey host who will accompany you on that entire land portion. We are there for pretty much anything that you can imagine so that you can go really just full vacation mode. And again, I want to highlight that the cruise option here, you can do a 3 or 4 or 7 day cruise that goes with this. So if it's your first time cruising or even if you just don't have that much time, the 3 or 4 day cruises, they're great. They go through the Inside Passage, beautiful, and you get the land travel. And I'm really proud to say I'm not the only one who likes these particular cruise tours. In 2019, the Yukon and Denali cruise tours were Holland America Line's #1 most highly rated guest experience. Not in Alaska, in the world. Out of everything Holland America Line does, the world cruise, the Caribbean, people loved the Yukon. It's our #1, and it's a really special place. So we want to share it with you. The whole reason that we go to the Yukon is because of the history. We'll get there in a second, but I just want to show you how this really expands your trip if you head into the Yukon as well. Now, it's the setting for the Klondike Gold Rush. That's why we go there. I didn't know a ton about the gold rush before I started working there. Maybe you're not particularly interested in it now, but it is a fascinating adventure story. It's 1896. Some guy discovers gold. Rapidly, within the next year, hundreds, thousands of people are traveling from all over the world, not easily, not like we can travel now. They're traveling from all over the place to make their way up to the Yukon. They get there, it's winter. They have to scale the Chilkoot Pass, that's what this is, just outside of Skagway. They take 30, 40 trips, carrying all their goods over, and then they have to build boats. They have to wait for spring. They have to wait for the Yukon River to break up. They navigate their little handmade boats hundreds of miles north to Dawson City, Yukon Territory, and then they can try to start striking it rich. It's truly an epic adventure story, and you will be following in the footsteps of history as you make your way through the Yukon with us. And it's going to be a lot easier for you, right? You don't even have to carry your luggage. Okay, one of the ways that we've made it really easy for you is that we include a flight between Dawson City and Fairbanks when we're traveling. I bring this up because people have a lot of questions about it. It's a chartered flight, so you're not mixed in with the unwashed masses. It's just Holland America Line guests. Luggage is already included. It's already included in the price of your itinerary. It's just a built-in travel day. We've made it super simple. And it gives you more time in the destination. That's why we do this. So starting in 2022, oh, and it only takes an hour. Wow, how easy. Okay, starting in 2022, you will all have 2 nights in Dawson City because we heard our guest feedback. We used to offer 1 night in Dawson City, and our guests said, no way, Jose, that's not enough. So we added an extra night for everybody. Maybe you haven't heard of Dawson City much before. It's one of North America's best kept travel secrets, I think. It was a boom town during the gold rush. It was 30,000 people. Today it's a lot quieter, but it's extremely far north. It's extremely remote. The Yukon Territory is arguably more vast and unpeopled than Alaska is per capita. Something to think about. And so Dawson City is this weird little place that I am absolutely in love with. It's like the unpaved streets, the wooden boardwalks, just stepping back in time 100 years. But a surprising amount to do in this little town. We've got different excursions available, such as the Klondike Spirit Paddle Wheeler that takes you up and down the Yukon and Klondike rivers. A surprising nightlife left over from the Klondike Gold Rush. You can imagine there's Canada's oldest gambling hall and can-can show. There's something called the Sour Toe cocktail. Don't look it up. But Dawson City is an amazing place. Okay, I want to mention Skagway real quick because Skagway, you have the option to spend a night or 2 here with these particular cruise tours. So not along the cruise, but if you're on a Yukon Denali cruise tour, you can sleep here. This is Holland America Line's Westmark Hotel. Oh, I forgot to tell you that beautiful little building in that Dawson City photo. That's our hotel. You're staying in such cute places. So this is Holland America Line's Westmark Hotel. You can choose 1 or 2 nights here if you'd like. Just a little extra time in Skagway to take advantage of excursions and just the area. It's really neat when you see all those cruise ships leave and you just stay in the town. I want to call out that White Pass train again because we include this on many of the Yukon and Denali cruise tours. So we actually just build it right into your itinerary as a mode of transportation. It's not included on all of them though, so work with your travel professional to make sure that this is included for you. This is where I've got a little video for you.
Skagway was basically settled during the Klondike Gold Rush of 1898. When they struck the gold here and everyone heard these headlines of gold, 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 tens of thousands of people rushed to come to the gold rush. This was their lottery, their Powerball of their time. And they realized that a railroad would be needed to carry these people up there and to carry the gold back. And we've been operating ever since 1898 when the railroad was built. My name is Mike Sika. I'm a conductor for the White Pass Railroad in Skagway, Alaska. And I'm responsible for the movement of the train, the coordination of my coworkers. It's a great challenge.
It's good to see you guys again.
I'm really fortunate to get to work the Summit trains. People get to ride with us for 3 to 3.5 hours. And they're going to be thinking that this train took them for a magic scenic railway of the world ride. It's going to be something they can't see anywhere else. I think one of the most incredible things about this job is the connection we make with other people.
How many we got? Thanks for coming with us. Are you having a good cruise?
When guests come off the Holland America Line ships and they get onto this train, and they're going to be hearing the rocking and the rolling of the train, the whistles, the history. It is a universal experience. And it's that connection that makes them feel they're not only observing the experience, but they're part of it.
I genuinely had tears in my eyes the first time that I was on the White Pass train. It is unlike anything else I've seen in the world. Okay, just a final note about the Yukon and Denali Cruise Tour. I already mentioned that you have your own journey host. This is a group travel experience. So it is an escorted group travel experience. You're with the same people over hundreds of miles as you work your way through the wilderness. It's a more personalized experience. And I'm pretty confident that this is one of the reasons that these cruise tours are so highly rated. It's just more personalized. So that is the programming that Holland America Line has to offer. If you have just 5 more minutes here, I'll go over the different promotions that we have going on. But I would love to leave you with just one recommendation for each of these types of tours. For the Alaska cruises, my number one priority personally is Glacier Bay National Park. It's really special that we can even take you into this place. And I've heard people, Alaskans, say that it was a life-changing experience. So Glacier Bay, if you can get there. For the Denali cruise tours, look at the double and triple Denalis. And for the Yukon, just do it. Come to the Yukon Territory and visit us. I know it might not be on your radar to start with. Okay, so the offerings we have, Holland America Line has a new fare that we're offering. Typically you book your stateroom and it's a la carte after the food. After that, you have to pay for an excursion, or you have to pay for a stateroom upgrade, or you have to pay for a Wi-Fi package. But with this new fare, we have bundled up 4 of our most popular amenities at about half of their original cost. And this is only on select sailings, but it's got a shore excursion credit included, a beverage package included when you're on board the ship. That's 15 drinks per person per day. A specialty dining upgrade, and your Wi-Fi package is included. All right, we've got the ultimate upgrade event happening right now, and this one is good through February 28th. It includes a lot, starting with what I just said. All of those have-it-all perks you get with the ultimate upgrade event. Also, free stateroom upgrades. So if you're going to book and pay the price for an interior stateroom, you actually get an ocean view. Or if you're going to pay for an ocean view, you get a veranda. That's how that works. Kids Cruise Alaska for $75 if you book during this. That's to celebrate our 75th anniversary. There's a 50% reduced deposit. That's a big deal. Up to $200 of onboard credit if you book early by January 20th. And then right now, there's a special to celebrate our birthday. Between January 3rd and January 10th, crew appreciation is included. That's gratuities when you're on board the ship. And that's on select cruises and cruise tours. It says through 2023. This really only applies to 2022 Alaska, just because it ends in spring of 2023. This is our feature promo of the day. It's the Onstage Alaska special. You all received this in your bag, so you don't have to get it out now. I'll just talk you through it real quickly. The Onstage Alaska offer is tied to this event, so it's only for Cary Travel Express, and this is a limited time offer. It's good for 2 weeks. I think it's good for 2 weeks. Talk to them sooner rather than later. You get additional land and cruise credit up to $350 per stateroom. It varies depending on the type of itinerary, the type of stateroom, if you're booking a Denali suite. But when you're on the ship, you get onboard credit. When you're in Denali, you get Denali dollars. And when you're in Dawson City, you get Dawson dollars. And then there's a $99 per person reduced deposit. That's even better than the 50% reduced deposit. And these offers are combinable. They're stackable. So there's a lot of different value out there that it's a good time for booking. I know people are still a little wary about travel sometimes. I totally understand, but if you are able to book now, I think it's a good time to do that. That's it. We made it through the whole presentation. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me, and I hope you're sticking around to see if you won that cruise that they're about to give away. Thanks so much, everyone.